Alright, do that, do that, do this. Okay, and that, and what? That's weird. Give me a sec. Okay, that works. Weird. It's not showing in the preview. Oh, that works now. Cool. Okay, stuff will work eventually. Yeah. I will figure this stuff out eventually. Anyway. There, that looks a bit better. Hello, everyone. So, yeah, as you may or may not have noticed, actually, let me just double check and make sure stuff is showing up the way it's supposed to properly. Yes, and yes, nice. Yes, I am by no means a professional streamer. Otherwise, I'd have a bunch of this stuff already figured out. I have some idea what I'm doing. A little bit of idea. Not very much what I'm doing. Okay, I'll get back to you on that one. Anyway, so yeah, as you may or may not have seen from the description of the, of the stream title, tonight we're working on Mirage. Now, Mirage and Visions, because there's a reason I mentioned the Visions in the there's a reason I mentioned Mirage and Visions together in the stream titles, is because my understanding is that the two sets were actually designed to be a single set. And then they realized that, well, the set was going to be too big, so they actually split in half and made Mirage one and Visions the other. I've never looked into it too deeply, but I've never figured out where they put the dividing line between Mirage and Visions. In fact, if you even look up, make sure I'm on the right window here. There. Oh my goodness. Let's see if it says somewhere I can find quickly. Development codename Sosumi. Development codename Mirage Jr. See if I can see a thing quickly. But as far as I'm aware, the two sets were designed, like I said, the two sets were designed to be a single set. And then they turn around and split it in half. Alright, I don't see anything quickly and easily about it. But, yeah. So this is why there's a possibility that I may end up covering Visions tonight as well. No guarantees. It's a possibility. It might be a thing. It might not be a thing. Whoops. That one. Remove. There. That works a bit easier. Okay, doesn't show up. Oh well. Anywho. So, because there seem to be around 50 cards per color per set, I'm not going to go through them all like I did with some of the smaller sets. Like I was able to. Homelands, I was actually able to go through that fairly quickly, fairly easily, because there was, I mean, the entire set of Homelands is under 200 cards, I believe. Yeah, 140 cards. Whereas if I compare this to Mirage, you know, you're looking at 350 odd cards. Oh, Funeral Charm had a corrected version, and there were 2 variants of Savage Twister and you have phasing until end of turn. Blue card that gives phasing till end of turn for 2 mana. No, it was a 2 mana permanent, or 2 mana card. I don't see it at the moment. Oh well, we'll come back to it later. Long and the short of it is, there's like 50 cards. If I want to get through Mirage in a reasonable amount of time and not take, 12 hours like I did a couple of weeks ago, yeah, I want to get through this relatively quickly. So, let's start off with Year. Now, one interesting thing about Year is, again, this invokes an ability that you don't often see, even from ancient cards. In fact, the newest card I can think of, and that doesn't mean there isn't newer, it's just the newest one that comes to mind, is a 100-handed one, which goes back to the original trip to Theros. And when you use its monstrous ability, it suddenly gets the ability to block an additional 99 creatures. Can block up to... Sort by release date. Whoops. There we go. Knight of Sorrows. Yeah, there's 100-handed one. Oh, Bury the Sands. Nice. It's a card I'm going to have to remember. But Knight of Sorrows from Ravnica Allegiance. You know, can block an additional creature every, each combat. But that's Ravnica Allegiance, which is 2019. And so that's already like 6 years ago. And barring seeing it reprinted, yeah, that's the most recent. That's the most recent actual new card. So yeah, if you're looking at something that can, if you're looking at blocking additional creatures, combine this with, something that's got Death Touch. It gives +3/+0. If it's, let's even say it's a 0/3 with Death Touch, which a 0-power creature with Death Touch would be kind of weird. But not unheard of. We are talking Magic here. Yeah. Technically, you're a 2/2. You could actually be a 0. You could actually be a 0/1, which is hilarious. You won't be because you'll end up being at least a 1/1. You create Death Touch. Whoops. You only end up with Death Touch if something you exiled to craft it had Death Touch. But, so, in other words, it is possible, though difficult, to have a 0/1 with Death Touch. Okay. Actually, and Lifelink. Okay. So you'd be playing black-white. Assuming, kind of magical Christmas land, but we're talking about weird stuff, so whatever. So then this becomes a 3/3 with Death Touch and can suddenly block 3 creatures. Ping, ping, ping. Sure, maybe my creature dies. Depends on whether I've got Eldrazi Monument or something else out. But I just killed 3 other creatures. If I somehow also have flying, if I've got like Eldrazi Monument out, the funny thing about, the number of cards that exist in the game. Just for lulz, how many cards exist that are technically playable in either Type 1 or EDH? Because there is some over 99% of it overlaps. There's a little bit that's, one or the other. You can play your Moxen and Black Lotus and whatever in Type 1, but not in EDH. You can play... Come on. Alright, if that doesn't come up, let's do this. There we go. according to a bot that I use, which grabs its information from Scryfall, 28,504 cards are in Vintage or Commander. Because there are a handful of cards that are legal in Commander that are not legal in Vintage. And there's a handful of cards that are legal in Vintage that are not legal in Commander. But it mostly overlaps. Stuff like Mishra's Workshop is legal in Time Walk is probably a better example. Is legal in Vintage, but not in Commander. And then the stuff that deal with attractions are legal in Commander, but not in Vintage. But apart from weirdness, they're basically the same thing, which is why I generally restrict myself to show me the stuff that's in Vintage. Because I personally don't want to be dealing with I personally don't want to be dealing with stuff like attractions or stickers. That doesn't mean other people can't. I said before and I'll say it again. This is a me thing. This is not a somebody else thing. Anyway. But yeah. If you are running some vaguely reasonable number of creatures that have an ability like Death Touch, because Death Touch is not the only way to do this, it's just the most common. This is a way that you can kill like 3 creatures in one shot, especially the creature that's got Death Touch also has flying or reach. If it has either of those, this is huge. You know, and suddenly you're going from killing 1 creature to killing 3. You then, and I'm going to keep bringing this up on a regular, probably every video for quite a while. There's a couple of things that you will see me regularly bring up. One, this is the thing that says target creature defending player controls. You do not have to be the defending player. In fact, you could even be the attacking player. And 2 is that when it brings up a creature type, wall is a creature type. If it references something like wall, you know, target non-wall creature, that also affects anything that's got changeling. Because changeling has all creature types, wall is a creature type, therefore anything that says non-wall also basically means non-changeling. So, but yeah, this can so easily be a blowout for, you know, if you're sitting there, you're sitting down, you're ready for a game of Commander, and cool, I'm attacking him, I got him on the ropes. He's only got 1 creature he can block with. There's no way he can block all this. And then somebody goes, yeah, by the way, yes, I can. Somebody pulling a card like Year is just going to like knock people out. And they're not going to be ready for it. So, it is a rare that is approaching $1. It's on the reserve list, which I think is a shame. This would be a great card to see reprint. However, that's a decision that Wizards of the Coast has basically said this is what we're doing, and the people that work there, including Mark Rosewater, have said, even though none of us were working, or almost none of us were working at the company when this decision was made, this is the decision we're going to stand by. Because the company made it. And I can respect that. Next, Mangara's Blessing. 1 white, 2 other instant to gain 5 life. And if an opponent makes you discard it, you gain 2 life, but you get this back to your hand at the end of turn. So you don't get it back right away, but the end of turn. And it is an instant. Now, gaining life in and of itself, and this is something you'll commonly hear, gaining life in and of itself is not great. Gaining 5 life for 3 mana is Even back in the day, when you compared it to Healing Salve, 1 white mana would give you 3 life. This is only giving you 2 extra life. So it's a Healing Salve and a half for so arguably more than twice the cost. But in a constructed deck, like a 60 card, with sideboard, where you can play 4 copies, this is a card I can see people playing. You throw this in your sideboard, and way back in the day, way back in the day, we named our decks differently. You would come across things like, you'd come across White Weenie, and you'd come across Burn, and you'd come across Land Destruction, and these were like the names of the archetypes. And you'd have Discard, and you'd have Discard eventually morphed into what we might call 8 or 12 rack now. Burn is basically, Burn in and of itself never really changed. Like, it changed the individual cards, but not the premise of it, which was trying and burn out your opponent with Lightning Bolt and Chain Lightning and Incinerate and Fire Blast, and depending on the format, that's still a viable option. And maybe cheap creatures that had haste, although back in the day it was less a matter of cheap creatures that had haste and more cheap creatures that you could use regularly to burn out your opponent or their creatures. Brothers of Fire, which we covered on a previous video, were that kind of card. Let's go 4th edition. Partly because I want to troll some people. Because white border. I don't care if the card's black bordered or white bordered. Some people care. Yeah, whatever. 3 mana to deal 1 damage to any target and 1 damage to you. When you keep throwing Lightning Bolt at your opponent, or Bolt Wave if you're playing Standard, Bolt Wave and Lightning Helix, you're throwing those sort of things at your opponent, chances are they're going to hit, say, 14 life before you do. In fact, with Lightning Helix, it might be like 23 to 14 in your favor. Or more. And so then being able to drop Brothers of Fire and look at your opponent and basically say, I've got inevitability. I've got 9 more life than you do. I can attack with it as a 2/2 for a couple of turns. So 14, let's go down to 10. And then I can just keep spending mana on it every so often. Deal an extra point of damage to you. Take your 10 points off that way. Sure, I take 10 in the meantime, but I'll win at 13-0. I'll probably win at, more like 16-0, because I'll probably have drawn another burn spell by then. Probably 2 more burn spells. Anyway, you get the point. But yeah, and then you got, decks like White Weenie, which were based around, and the thing is, White Weenie has now morphed into different decks that essentially do the same thing, but they've all got different names because, oh, you're playing cats. Okay, so you're playing, a Johnny's Pride Mate, and you're playing Savannah Lines, and you're playing, maybe you're playing Red White, and you're playing the Johnny that actually, makes basically Savannah Lines token when it comes into play, and it flips into a Planeswalker, and yada yada yada. Regal Caracol, etc., etc. I compare that to an actual life deck. Compare that to, say, Soul Sisters, which is going to have, Soul's Attendant and what's the other one called? Not Essence Warden, Soul Warden. And maybe another version sitting in there. Maybe you're running, I can never remember the name of it. It's the one that can gain you life and ping your opponent. You know what? I know where I can find you. Not this tab. This tab. Whiteburn. I can find you quickly here. Suture Priest. That one. Whenever a creature enters under your control, you gain life. If it enters under an opponent's control, you can ping them. Yeah. And that, and like a dedicated cat stack, and a couple others, the energy deck, all play sufficiently different from each other, whereas the White Weenie deck was basically just going, let's drop some cheap efficient threats with like a mono white mana base, and maybe Wasteland or Rishadan Port or Strip Mine or whatever you have access to, as some kind of like cheap mana denial, and then throw some like big pump effects, your Glorious Anthem kind of effects, and just swing. And Death and Taxes does some of that. But the White Weenie deck itself, actually, come to think about it, if you go to my list of decks, if you go to my mono white commons deck right here, this actually pretty decently, you turn around and you spit out a bunch of bodies, and then here's 24 slots that are just bodies, and then here's 11 pump spells that, like Guardian's Pledge, your team gets +2/+2 till end of turn. Imagine this being an enchantment that gave +1/+1 instead. Imagine this entire slot here being enchantments that just pump up your team and maybe give, you know, vigilance, or, you know, depending on the version you're playing, or, you know, these days maybe they get Ward 1 as well or something. Warded Battlements is actually a really good example of the kind of card you want for this kind of deck. Because this is pretty much exactly what the deck is going for. And so this is the sort of thing that would exemplify a white weenie deck. Less the first two categories, because these would just be replaced with like good, efficient creatures. You know, your Savannah Lions and your White Knights and your, you know, depending on the version, you know, sometimes out of the sideboard you get something like Jotun Grunt. Let me just pull that up real quick. See if it allows me to do it properly. Yes. Which, you know, 2 mana 4/4 cumulative upkeep, putting cards from a graveyard on the bottom of their owner's library. This gets used in, at least historically, this would get used from the occasional deck as graveyard hate, and it's a very aggressively costed, decently sized creature. In fact, if I'm looking at my list of commander decks, if I go down to Boros, under 2 mana, I have Jotun Grunt right here. Because it's a 2 mana 4/4 creature. 2 mana, 4 power. I decided when I was designing this deck, I wanted all my creatures to have power at least power greater than its mana value. So if it's a 2-drop, it's got to have power 3 or greater. And so this is why I made a lot of the choices I did. Lone Rider actually is kind of great because, sure, it's only a 1/1. 1/1 first strike lifelink. If you do manage to transform it, it becomes an Eldrazi Horror. I know you can't see this part right now, but it's a 4/4 with first strike, trample, and lifelink. So you can tell from this it goes up to a 4/4. It's got first strike. It's got lifelink. It gains trample in addition. Which I figured for a deck like this is going to be really good. And all I have to do is try and find a way to gain, a couple more points of life. And then it becomes that permanently. So I can use Rimrock Knight for that. Leonin Sun Standard I can use for that to pump my entire team. Pride of Conquerors I can potentially use. I do have a couple lifelinkers in here. I think, if I remember right, it's not the only one. This can potentially gain lifelink. In fact, this can be a 4/4 till end of turn. So that's a 2 mana 4/4 every other turn. Give me a sec here. Grumble, grumble. It's like, I gotta sneeze. So I went and muted it. And now my body's saying, yeah, no, you're fine. If I'm cycling anything, this can drain life off a creature. This gives attackers +1/+0. As long as I control an equipment, other creatures I control get +1/+0. That's actually pretty easy. All I have to do is have an equipment. Do I have an equipment? I don't know if I have an equipment. I don't think I have any equipment. Oh well. It's still a 3/2 for 2, which is what I was looking at realistically. Ambitious Farmhand. What did you turn into? Oh! You turn into a 3/3 with lifelink. So I can use Ambitious Farmhand once I transform it to be able to transform the Lone Rider. That's kind of cute. Perforos gives basically Fire Breathe all my creatures for 3 mana. Attacking creatures you control get +1/+0, which if you transform that gives them. It's a 5/5 that it's a 5/5 that gives attacking creatures +3/+0. Yeah, that's not silly. What does your backside do? I don't remember. 3 damage to each other creature and each opponent. Okay. She kind of goes berserk. Oh yeah, attacking creatures you control have double strike. If I have to reanimate it, I put 4+1 count. I can put 4+1 counters on any number of creatures, including the creature I'm reanimating. Soul of Theros will do it. So being able to transform Lone Rider should actually not be that hard. Anyway, that's about Jotun Grunt. Right, back to Mengar's Blessing. This is where this is why a friend of mine occasionally likes to say I've got a case of ADOS. Attention deficit. Ooh, shiny. Yeah. Anywho, so Mengar's Blessing. The reason I was bringing this up was because discard, what we might now call 8 or 12 rack, depending on the format, etc., etc. Discard was a deck that people played, and this is before the days of duress. So, but pardon me. This is basically before any 1 mana discard spells, with I believe the exception might have been Funeral Charm was either this set or Visions. Which, as I've suggested in the past, actually has 5 ways it can be used, not 3 that it looks like. We'll cover that bridge when we get to it. Anyway, because discard was a deck that people played, and sometimes discard supplemented decks like Land Destruction. So maybe you run, your 4 Sinkholes, your 4 Stone Rains, your 4 Pillages, 12 Bolts, Lightning Bolt, Chain Lightning, Incinerate, because this is what was available at the time. Maybe some Anchor Mishers, and then you turn around and you go, hey, by the way, also I'm going to run for him to Torak. But it was not unrealistic that, if you're playing discard, it would be like Dark Ritual, him to Torak, Mind Twist and Hypnotic Spectre as your starting point. And then you would look at something, maybe you've got some, like, I think at one point you might have run, what was that Phyrexian, the artifact creature that was actually decent back in the day. Phyrexian Warbeast. Back in the day, this was actually reasonable. It was a 3-mana, 3/4 creature, so a reasonably costed, aggressive creature. But if it left play, you lost the damage and lost the land. But you didn't care, you wanted it to beat down with, and it survived a lightning bolt, which was a big deal back then. Anyway, that being said, what this would do for you is this would actually gain you a couple life and then come back to your hand. And keep in mind, Hypnotic Spectre, Mind Twist, Hymn to Torak, all three of these cards made you discard at random. There was no choice on what you discarded. You were told, it would be like, oh, okay, alright, lay out your hand and I'll roll a die and you discard this one. What? Yeah. Oh, okay, right, you have to discard 2 cards. Okay, so you got this, you got 4 left. Okay, so you're discarding this one. Because normally what you would do at that point, it would be like, you shuffle your hand, you put it out face down, and then somebody rolls a die, and, you go, okay, well, if you roll a 6-sided die and there's 5 options, you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I re-roll 6s. Bleh. Or if you've got a 10-sided die, you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Or what have you. Which is part of the reasons that made 20-sided dice better, because you could go 4 options or 5 options. 2, 4, and 5 really easily compared to 2. If you want to minimize the amount of dice you need to roll around, personal opinion, bring like a D12 and a D20, and that will cover a large chunk of what you have to deal with. In fact, if you've got to make a number from 1 to 8, it's like, well, your D12 can be odds versus evens to divide it into 2 groups of 4, and then your D20 is like, okay, 5, 10, 15, 20. Anyway, man, do I get distracted easy. Again, ADOS. So the reason this would have any sort of interest is if somebody is trying to make you discard cards. This one keeps coming back. If you never cast this, you could consistently never cast this, and eventually you'll just keep gaining life. You play out your other stuff and you keep gaining life, and your opponent's trying to make you discard cards, and it's like, oh, Disrupting Scepter. Cool. I'll discard this, gain 2 more life, end of turn, this comes back to my hand, and unless they've got an effect that, can eat it out of your graveyard, and there was some, but there wasn't a lot, and it wasn't played a lot, and you really don't want to use an effect like Tormod's Crypt on a single card. Yeah. It was just, this would give decks like that headaches, and so throwing this in your sideboard, that would be fine, because it's a card that would just keep coming back every turn, every turn, every turn. And heaven forbid you've got like 2 of these in your hand at some point. You know, you're always going to be discarding one, even if your opponent, you know, is him attacking you and attacking with hippies, you know, hypnotic specters and all of that every turn. Yeah, okay. I'll basically counteract the discard because I'm discarding this. But it's at random, yeah, but I've only got 1 card left in hand right now because I'm playing out everything else. Or I've got 2 cards left, but it's 2 copies of this. What? Oh, yeah. And the 2 damage is counteracted, you know, the 2 damage from a hypnotic specter. Let me just pull it up real quick so people know what I'm talking about. Let's go back to... I mean, it's nice art, but I want to go back to the original art. I'm going to go with... You know what? I'll go with Beta. Which does have flying. And looks like it looks like it might have flying, and it does have flying. Unlike Frozen Shade, which looks like it should have flying and doesn't fly. But that's another story. But yeah, it's a 2-power creature that whenever it hits the opponent, they discard a card at random. If the only cards left in your hand are Mangar's Blessing, and you're gaining 2 life, you basically consistently counteract the Hypnotic Spectre every turn so they don't bother attacking anymore. And even if they can get you empty-handed, hey, by the way, you get it back at the beginning of the next 10 step. Yeah. That being said, you're playing Commander. It's not impossible for somebody to turn around and make you discard cards. It will very occasionally happen. The problem is that when people are making you, like, it's not going to happen very much. And so an effect like this is a lot less useful. And in fact, counter to that, people are actually more likely to play cards that says you have no maximum hand size. You're more likely to see a card like Reliquary Tower than a card like Disrupting Scepter. Or I was talking to my my boss at my LGS earlier today, and he thinks Tutor is playable in a casual table, and I'm thinking to myself, nobody plays a discard deck in like kitchen table Commander games. Now we're talking, kitchen table, what I like to refer to, maybe inappropriate for some groups, but like beer and pretzels magic. Or, if you're a younger crowd, pizza and ice cream magic. The kind of game where it's more important to relax and have a good time and have fun stories and all that jazz, rather than trying to beat somebody to oblivion. And the problem with discard as a theme, first of all, trying to keep everyone low enough on cards that it actually matters. Second of all, I shouldn't say most, but a huge swath of cards that care about your opponent's hand size care about one person. So you have to choose a separate you can't pick up, for example, the Rack or Davriel and have it affect the entire table. No, most of them are going to affect one person. Well, the most commonly played ones, anyway. And so it's better. It's so much better in a one-on-one environment because you can, when your opponent decides, okay, when they finally work their way back up to 3, you're like, cool. Him to Tutor. Actually, duress. Let me see what you got. Oh, take that out of your hand. Now I'll him to Tutor the other 2 out of your hand. There is just so much soul crushing you can do from there. But when you're trying to deal with 1, 2, 3 other people, and most of these cards that people actually want only affect one person at a time, it's a lot harder to justify. It's not like going from, if you try and use creature removal as an example, Swords to Plowshares or Path to Exile or Terminate or Raven's Crime, or not Raven's Crime, Raven Form, or Beast Within, fine. You can hit one creature. You've also got the ability to go and cast, Wrath of God or Damnation, or here it comes. Or Chain Reaction, or what have you, and just clear the board. This card really doesn't have, they'll have some cards that are good for that. Siphon Mind. If you're trying to play a discard deck, Siphon Mind is pretty decent because it not only forces everyone to discard a card, you also draw cards based on how many people you hit with it. But that's a 4-mana spell to get everyone else to discard a card. Without the card draw, it's probably like 2 or 3 mana. But having an entire deck full of effects and that's only to get them to discard 1. Whereas if you're targeting a single person, you've got, at 3 mana, you're making them discard 2 cards. It's possible you could make them discard 3 cards for 4 mana. Mind Twist, going back to that example, would be 3 cards at random for 4 mana. As a fixed effect, you get Fugue at 5. Which would be really strong. But, I mean, you basically have to keep one person. You might be able to keep 2 people under control. Keeping 3 under control would be a chore. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm saying it would be really hard. And it wouldn't make for a fun game for the other players. That's the other part of the problem. It's not a deck type. It's not a deck style that makes the game fun for other players. Same with land destruction, which is part of the reason why people don't like mass land destruction. At least at the casual ends. You're playing bracket 4 or whatever. People are going to be ready. People are going to be expecting it, etc. You're playing bracket 1, bracket 2, maybe even bracket 3. That is not what they consider a fun game style. All that being said, Mangar's Blessing, if If you want to gain a chunk of life in white, you can do better. Even at instant speed. Now value equals 3, type instant. Let's see what options we've got. 19 cards in paper. 18 cards. Exile, gain life equal to the creature's toughness, and remove an attacker. Gain 4, gain 4. You gain 2 in addition to dealing 4 to another creature. There's gain 5, gain 4, gain 4. Rally for the Throne can gain you. It's going to gain you at least 2 mana. If you adamant it, it's not unreasonable to gain like 8. Gain 3, gain 6. Gain life gain life equal to the amount of damage something was going to try and deal to you. Gain 3. Gain 1 life for each creature your opponents control. So if everyone's got 2 creatures in play, that's going to gain you 6 life. Gain 4. Till end of turn, whenever creature. This basically gives the creature targeted life or triggered lifelink. Your life total can't change, and you gain protection from everything. We know about Teferi's protection. Draw a card, then gain life equal to the number of cards in your hand. Not unreasonable to be sitting there and gaining like 6 life or so. So there's like at least 4 cards at that mana value at instant that can potentially gain life. And let's go for 2 mana. Blessed Reversal, you gain 3 life for each creature attacking you. You get, say, 4 creatures attacking you, that's 12 life. You know. Gain life equal to target creature's power. This is kind of reverse damage on a single creature. Gain life equal to the destroyed artifact's mana value. Remove all creature cards in all graveyards from the game. You gain 1 life for each card removed this way. That is so much life. If everyone's got like 3 creatures in their graveyard, that's 9 life. Renounce, if you've got a bunch of excess stuff, if you've got a bunch of excess stuff in play, you sacrifice, say, 6. Here's 12 life. Reverse polarity is basically like reverse damage, but only affects artifacts. Again, another reverse damage effect. Not counting you because you're an X spell. Serene Offering. Realistically, you can gain 5 off of that. This is a more limited reverse damage. This is just, oh, you've got a 12/12. Cool, I'll gain 12 life. What? Sun's Bounty is gain 4 life, and then if a creature dies under, if a creature goes to your graveyard, basically if one of your creatures die, you get to pay 2 mana to put this back in your hand, so you can continuously recast this until you decide not to, and then it gets exiled. But yeah, and just gaining 5 life, here's let's do it for 2 mana. So if you're just looking at it for the life gain, which, yeah, you can gain that much life for cheaper. You can gain a lot more for cheaper. Yeah. I think Mangara's Blessing is much better. Ephemeral Scouts, you're a human scout. You can find better than like, even for vanilla, like this works out to a 2/3. A 2/3 vanilla creature for 3 mana. Whatever. I'm pretty sure by now you can probably find a 2/4 by now, or a 1/5, or maybe even a 1/6. Mangara's Equity. Mangara's Equities. So it's got an upkeep cost of 2 mana, 3 mana enchantment. Whenever a creature that's chosen in color, you're choosing black or red because that's the two that oppose white, deal damage to you or a white creature you control. This enchantment deals that much damage to that creature. So if a dragon flies in the air, if a, let's say, let's go for an ancient red dragon, because let's assume you named red. Not like that. Alright. Ancient copper dragon. Fine. If this flies in the air, if this flies in the air and hits you, you are going to, this is going to try and deal 6 damage to you. No. Okay, well, I guess I'm taking the 6 damage. But now Mangara's Equity is now going to deal 6 damage back to the dragon. What? Killing the dragon because it's a 6/5. Again, I have no problem with people playing this card. In fact, this is one of those cards that I feel maybe I want to throw a copy into my, my mono white, my mono white deck that's all the combos. This thing here as an extra bit of protection. Because somebody at the table is going to be playing red, and or somebody at the table is going to be playing black. Fine, I've got to pay 2 mana every turn. But it's going to kill my opponent's stuff. Auspicious Ancestor. When it dies, gain 3 life. 4 mana, 2/2, or 2/3. Whenever a player casts a white spell, you may pay 1. If you do, gain 1 life. This is basically Ivory Cup. This is basically Ivory Cup. Whenever a player casts a white spell, you may pay 1. If you do, you gain 1 life. Whenever a player casts a white spell, you may pay 1. If you do, you gain 1 life. Is literally Ivory Cup, which is a 1 mana artifact, on a 2/3 that when it dies you gain 3 life. If you're looking to consistently gain, if you're in a mono white deck and you care about gaining a bunch of life, this might be a thing that interests you. If you're trying to do, the Soul Sisters routine and you're mono white. Or alternatively, And keep in mind, that's any kind of mana. That doesn't have to be white mana. You drop a Painter's Servant and you name white. And suddenly it's like, oh cool, thank you, thank you, thank you. Although if I'm looking at playing Painter's Servant, I would more likely be willing to play Life Tap in combination with Yavimaya Cradle of Growth, because then it's just whenever they tap mana for anything, or tap a land for anything, I should say. So I don't know. I think there's better options for this sort of thing. If you're looking at life gain triggers, the various staff of the Magi, what's the blue, or what, staff of the Sun Magus. Whenever a player casts a white spell or planes you control, whenever you cast a white spell or a plane you control enters, you gain 1 life. There's that, and then there's Angel's Feather. That's the cycle I was thinking of. Angel's Feather, name white on Painter's Servant, and suddenly it's like, yeah, by the way, just, oh, you cast what? Okay, I'll gain life. Oh, you cast what? Okay, I'll gain life. Oh, you cast what? Okay, I gain life. And you don't have to, and it's 1 more than Ivory Cup, and you don't have to worry about paying mana into it. In other words, for an effect like this, there are better options. Divine Retribution. Deals damage to target attacking creature equal to the number of attacking creatures. What? I'm attacking with 4 creatures. You cast Divine Retribution on one of my creatures. Because 4 were attacking, Divine Retribution is going to deal 4 damage to one of my creatures. It's actually a cool removal spell, and it's even funnier when your opponent's, like, if your opponent's only playing with, like, a few creatures, it's going to deal, like, 3 damage, 4 damage, which, to be fair, in white is not terrible. If your opponent's playing a dragon deck, look at the Ancient Copper Dragon. It's a 6/5. Okay, I'm attacking with 5 dragons. Okay, cool. I'll deal 5 damage to your Ancient Copper. What? I just killed my $80+ my $80+ dragon with an 80-cent, jank rare. Yep. Now, this would destroy it. This is not exile, etc., etc. However, oh, that's funny. You can use this on your own creature. If you're attacking with a guy like Phyrexian Vindicator, oh man, I hate myself sometimes. Phyrexian Vindicator. This thing that's like quad white to cast. Oh yeah, you don't see it on there. I keep forgetting that's a thing. Fine. Pull that up. Pull that up. This thing right here. So I attack with this and like 5 other creatures. Cool. 6 damage. I'll deal 6 damage to the Phyrexian Vindicator and then use the Vindicator's ability and redirect it to you. Wait, what? Yeah, have a nice day. So there are ways to make it work for you. You just have to be attacking with the creature. Sorry, somebody has to be attacking with the creature that you want to shoot. Again, there's ways to use it, and you can use it, you can use it offensively as well as defensively. Depends on the deck that you've got. Maybe I should maybe if I ever decide to rebuild, my mono white deck, I should consider Divine Retribution. Iron Tusk Elephant. We've talked about this before. A 3/3 trample for 5 in white is not bad. It's not great, but it's not bad. I know you get, I think it's War Elephant is a 2/2 banding trample, I think. Yes, 2/2 banding trample. So for an extra mana, you lose banding, but you get +1/+1. And it's an increase in rarity. I wonder, will this work? Alright. You're the same, you're the same. You're the same. Oh, yeah, Moorish Cavalry. Slightly harder to cast, but easy, but costs less to cast. And this can redirect damage to elsewhere, including, I don't know, Stuffy Doll, etc., etc. We won't talk about Audric. The big reason I'm like, because Audric he's one of those guys that's like, oh yeah, I gain X ability if you've got something else with this ability in play. Yeah, I would play Moorish Cavalry in a heartbeat over Iron Tusk Elephant or Jova Rider. Lancers on Core I would also play before these guys because it's got a protective ability on top of that. But yeah, it's fine. In an Elephant Tribal deck, maybe. Ephemeral Healer, Semite Healer. As it's, go back to when we were talking about Unlimited. If you're in the market for Semite Healer at all, Ephemeral Healer gives you another option. I would prefer, I think, 8.5 Tails. I don't remember exactly how you're done. No, not 8.5 Tails. Kitsune Healer. I would prefer Kitsune Healer because, you know, it's... So if you assume 1 mana is being used to compensate for the extra +1/+1. For an extra mana over that, prevent all damage should be dealt to target legendary creature this turn. You're going to have at least 1 legendary creature. That's your commander, barring people playing with certain planeswalkers and whatever else. But that's going to be, you know, as prevent all damage should be dealt to, you know, that creature this turn. Not from one source, just all of it. So yeah, Ephemeral Healer. I would probably be looking at the Kitsune Healer first. But if you're looking for like a healer tribal kind of deck, you know, again, this and Samite Healer and their various variants, you could wreak a lot of havoc. Spectral Guardian. As long as this creature is untapped, non-creature artifacts you have Shroud. Now that's all. That's not just yours. But this is supposed to be like this is basically a twist on Guardian Beast. Okay, let's pull that up real quick. As long as this creature is untapped, non-creature artifacts you control can't be enchanted, have indestructible, and other players can't gain control of them. Okay. Can't be enchanted, indestructible, can't gain control. Non-creature artifacts. So unless it's untapped, non-creature artifacts have Shroud. That, giving them Shroud, largely covers a good chunk of this. The difference being some kind of mass removal effect. You know, some kind of Shatter Storm or a similar effect. But I would suggest that more people play targeted artifact removal. I would suggest more people play, like, it's more common to play or to see targeted artifact removal than mass artifact removal. In other words, you're more likely I would suggest it is less likely to see somebody running Shatterstorm or a similar effect at all. Like, how's a good way to put this? I think for every time that you would see an effect like Shatterstorm, you're probably going to end up with probably 100, and I don't think I'm exaggerating here, effects like Shatter, or more realistically, a card like Ancient Grudge being played instead. I am not talking about cards like Jocko Helps or whatever the White Decree is called that I've forgotten the name of. No, not the white degree, the red one. Degree of Annihilation. Or Chroma's Vengeance. I'm not talking about effects like that, blow up a bunch of creatures and yada yada yada. And artifacts is also on that list. I'm not talking about Navinral's Disc. I'm not talking about effects of that nature. I'm talking about effects whose primary goal is to blow up artifacts. I think you are immensely more likely to see people use targeted removal than a mass board wipe for removal. And even a lot of, well, I shouldn't say a lot, but my mono red commons deck has got one that I can use as a Shatterstorm-ish effect, which is this. And it targets. We may come back to this when we do red. So yeah, this is, as far as Commander is concerned, this is very much Guardian Beast. Can't be enchanted, have indestructible, other players can't gain control of them. Giving them Shroud is really close. It's a 2/3 versus a 2/4. This is slightly weaker, but it's not that much. It's basically only weaker here. And indestructible versus an effect like Shatterstorm. And I keep in mind, I am only bringing up Shatterstorm because it's a simple shorthand description. I'm not saying people are playing Shatterstorm. They're more likely to play like a Purify effect, which is going to be, probably there mostly as a Tranquility that also hits artifacts. They're probably more likely to play the green one, which I forget the name of, but it's literally Shatterstorm that's been color shifted into green during the first trip to Mirrodin, I believe. Stuff to make people sacrifice an artifact every turn. But you're not likely to see actual Shatterstorm. But you're not unlikely to see an effect like it. It's just not going to be the primary reason it's there. You're seeing, like, you would see Navinral's Disc getting played largely because it blows up creatures and enchantments. Artifacts just happen to be a nice side bonus. Oh no! Oh no! This is awkward. Let me see what this lets me do. Boo! Well, that's going to be awkward. Well, I guess I'll have to try and finish the rest of this just like this. Oh well. Molesty Spirit. 5 mana, 3/3 flying pro black. If you're looking for pro black on a creature, i.e. you're not going to use an effect like a Chroma's Memorial, this is actually pretty decent. You can do better, I'm pretty sure there's at least one angel that can do that. Let's see if I can actually pull this up. Protect. And oh, flying. Ah, son of a biscuit. What? We mean no. Protection. How? That's ruh-roh. Well, that's going to make things awkward. I cannot look up things to compare with at the moment. Let's see how long this... Oh well. I have an app on my phone for this. Ha. Okay. Color identity white. Type creature. Protection, black, flying, and mana value equal 5. Search. Oh! The only other creature that specifically has flying and protection from black is Karmic Guide, which has got the exact same mana cost, but more as a reanimation based combo piece. What if I take out black? That's what I was thinking of. Okay. So there's Glory, which you can use if it's in your graveyard. Unless I mention otherwise, it's got the same mana value, or the same mana cost, I should say, as Molesting Spirit, i.e. 2 white plus 3. So Glory is a 3/3 flying. And if it's in your graveyard, you can pay 1 white and 2 other and give all your creatures protection from the color of your choice till end of turn. Baneslayer Angel, which used to be known as Wallet Slayer Angel, is a 5/5 flying first strike lifelink protection from demons and dragons. It was like $50 or $100 when it came out initially, which was M10. And during M11, it was still worth a lot of money. And now it's like, what, $1 rare? Oh, it's up to $3 now. Karmic Guide I mentioned. Dragon Stalker. 1 white plus 4 for a 3/3 flying protection from dragons. Jeweled Spirit, 3/3 flyer. Sack 2 lands to give it protection from artifacts or the color of your choice to end a turn. Abbey Gargoyles, which we covered back in Alliances, or not Alliances, Homelands. 3 white plus 2 instead of 2 white plus 3 for 3/3 flying protection from red. So they changed the protection from red to black, which realistically doesn't make much difference in terms of costing for white cards back then. It lost a point of toughness to get a slightly easier mana cost. 3 white plus 2 down to 2 white plus 3. And this is a lot more playable. Incidentally, this is now, where are we here? This is now an angel spirit, which makes sense because it says summon angels, so they assume it's an angel, but it's Molested Spirit. Well, they just put 2 and 2 together. Okay, must be an angel spirit. And then Molested Spirit was the last one. So 5 mana. If you're looking for protection from a color on a flying creature, you're looking at a 3/3. If you just want protection from something, Baneslayer Angel is, you get a 5/5 with 3 different keywords and protection from 2 not unreasonable creature types, one of which sees a lot of play in Commander, i.e. dragons. At least at the casual tables, which this is what we're talking about here. Prismatic Circle. You know, it's basically circle protection, red or black or green or whatever, for an extra mana, cumulative upkeep of 1. And, you know, when it comes into play, you choose a color. And then for 1, and you can just, the only thing to keep an eye on is the cumulative upkeep. This is literally circle protection, red or blue or whatever. This is not completely unreasonable. The problem with a card like this is taking a look at what's at your table. And finding a reasonable color to name. Oh, this is going to be awkward. I might have to try and find a different way to do this for the rest of the stream. Oh well. Once you get to Story Circle, which was during Mercadian Masks, I believe. Let's see if I can pull it up real quick. Story Circle. Change that to... Yeah, it was originally printed in Mercadian Masks. Which is 2 white, 1 other. As it enters, you choose a color. And the next time it starts with your choice of the chosen color would deal damage to this turn, prevent that damage. However, the activation costs, so it costs 2 white plus 1 rather than 1 white plus 2. And it is white to activate it. Let's see if I can. There. I apologize you can't get much better look at it, but there we go. It's best I can do at the moment until Scryfall sorts itself out. But play Story Circle before you play Prismatic Circle. But if you really want a second one, Prismatic Circle is not awful. Just keep in mind, it's a 3-mana enchantment. You may want to run an effect like Sun Titan so you can get it back after it got to the point where you can't really pay for it much more and you have to bring it back. Shadowbane. If that source is black. Surrey, if that source is red. That's prevent damage to a red. Okay. Try to do a quick scan to see if there's another variant of Shadowbane, and I don't see one. Because often they'll be like, oh wait. Oh, no, okay. And then Shadowbane, 1 white +1. Prevent all damage to or a creature you control from any one source. If that source is black, gain 1 life for each damage prevented to you in this way. Alright, let me pull up the actual Oracle text. This is one of the things I like about the apps that I have. So I'm on a Android phone. And there's an app that I really like to use for stuff like that, for a lot of this sort of thing, called MTG Familiar. You might see it as Magic Familiar. And it does not require the internet except for 2 things. What does the card look like? And how much is the card? 3 if you're talking, hey, by the way, add updates. But everything else is, here's the database on the phone and it's just searching. And that's it. And it's really useful when I'm in a situation where I can't internet, or the site I want to use is not behaving or whatever. So, current Oracle text on chat, because, a database for the Oracle text for, 30,000 cards is, well, if one entry is, say, 1,000 characters, which it won't be for a lot of them, like, how big is the text for the thing for Molesting Spirit going to be? It's going to be the name of the card, the cost, its creature types, what sets it's in, the Oracle text, the power and toughness, and the name of the artist, and then something to say, hey, by the way, or is it legal? That's not going to be 1,000 characters for most of these. But let's be generous. 30,000 plus a kilobyte of data, because 1 character, 1 byte. 1,000 is basically a kilobyte. So 30,000 kilobytes or 30 megabytes. It's not going to be 30 megabytes. But that's, the data that's searching through. Let's assume 30 megabytes on your phone. It's probably a lot closer to like 3 megabytes and probably smaller than that. Because, again, a lot of these cards just don't have that much information. Some of them do. Some of them don't. Oh yeah, and flavor text. But yeah, Shadowbane. The next time a source of your choice would deal damage to you and or creatures you control this turn, prevent that damage. If damage from a black source is prevented this way, you gain that much life. So, would deal damage to you and or creatures you control. Prevent that damage. Oh yeah, the other thing it needs the internet for occasionally is card rulings. You. Son of a potato. See if I can find a good way to. This is not going to behave the way I want it to right now. Go away. Alright, fine. GA. Cool. Gatherer. Go away. MELE. Alright. Nothing. Okay. Oh, no. That's the wrong card. SHADOWBANE. Helps if I'm looking for the right card. Shadowbane. This only prevents damage the chosen source would deal to you or a creature you control. Okay. So it won't. So it's only going to prevent damage to your stuff. Oh, Crypt Rats. Okay. Here's a good example of where you can use it. Boop. Yeah. So Crypt Rats, you know, you do X equal 3. Deals 3 damage to you and all you, and you know, it deals 3. Are you gonna come up now or no? Yay! Came up again. Alright, cool. So Crypt Rats, 1 black plus 2 for a 1/1. Oh my god, you're in Modern Horizons. That's hilarious. X damage to each creature and each player spend only black mana on X. Note that in Visions it was common, so it is legal in Pauper. But you're looking at, you know, if you spend, you know, X equals 3. 3 damage to each creature and each player. Well, that would be Crypt Rats dealing, you know, a single source dealing 3 damage to you and your stuff. You prevent all of it to you and your stuff. Your opponents and their stuff is still going to take that 3. But instead of you and your stuff taking that damage, you're going to take the amount. You're going to gain the amount of life that was prevented. If you're looking for a one-shot damage prevention spell, this is not bad. I think it's more likely you're going to use this to prevent combat damage or some other kind of creature-based damage. You know, if we're looking at black sources compared to other sources. But it's not unreal. It's going to be a one shot, and it's a source of your choice, and it will keep you and your stuff alive. Somebody goes and, you know, again, Star of Extinction. You know, 20 damage to each creature and each planeswalker. Your planeswalkers will die, but your creatures are not going to take the 20 damage in the first place. So it is not bad. It is playable. Let's go blue. Wow. Flat. Oh. Okay. Let's cut out the ones that are not legal. I forgot that was a thing. Wave Elemental. 4 mana for a 2/3. Pay blue, tap and sack it to tap up to 3 target creatures without flying. I will point out that you can just simply sacrifice it for no effect because it says up to 3 targets. You can choose 0 targets. 0 is up to 3. Now, you know, would you have a reason for doing that? Potentially. Is it a creature you just don't want to exile and you want to be able to get back? Sure. Then if somebody's going path to exile, you can sacrifice it in response. And sometimes being distracted is a good thing. Then yeah, you path to exile or Swords of Plowshares might be a better example here. Okay, fine. In response, I'll sacrifice it. Here's the other fun thing. You choose targets before you pay costs. You can choose, since it doesn't fly, you can choose itself as a creature that doesn't have flying. Barring, you know, the Chroma's Memorial and all that jazz. The Chroma's Memorial, Wonder, what have you. And you can, and then sack it as part of the then sacrifice it to its own ability. That is a legal thing you can do. And then if you've got a way to reanimate it, okay. Now I bring it back, and by the way, your Path to Exile or Swords of Plowshares or what have you fails to resolve because it has no legal target. So that is a thing you can do. Honestly though, you're paying 5 mana for a 2/3 that dies to tap down some creatures for a turn. Like basically until your opponent's next turn. That's it. It's cute, but I mean, I'm pretty sure you can find ways to do this more effectively. And in some cases, you can do better by playing, you know, by like stealing their creature instead. Stealing it, return the creature back to hand is quite often a better option, though not always, depends on the creature in question. But yeah, generally speaking, no. Merfolk Seer. 3 mana for a 2/2 that when it dies, you can pay 2 to draw a card. That sounds okay. Until you realize that, well, can't you just, like, draw a card normally? Take me down to Cantrip City. Let's grab this beastie. What can I do for 3 mana? So, that was when it dies, I can pay 2 to draw a card. 3 mana 2/2, which, to be fair, for back in the day, was not bad. 3 mana for a 2/1 flyer. When it comes into play, draw a card. I would suggest that would be, 2/1 flyer versus a 2/2 is probably about the same here. Nimble Innovator. For 1 more mana, when it comes into play, you draw a card. Rather than have to pay 3 mana now and then 2 mana later. Scholar of Stars, a couple years later, made it a 3/2 that if you control an artifact, you draw a card. Here you go. Serum Visionary. 1 blue, 2 other for a 2/2 comes into play. Draw a card, then scry 2. I mean, that seems better. Soaring Show Off comes into play. Each player draws a card. For stuff that's out nowadays, there is generally a lot better than Merfolk Seer. I think Merfolk Seer may have been one of my early drafts for this deck. And it's common. That's the other thing too. And everything I'm looking at in this deck is common. And I think it was in one of the early drafts. And I went, yeah, no. There's better options. That being said, Merfolk Wizard, if you are, are you doing something crazy like what I do and building, are you trying to build common Merfolk? Type Merfolk, rarity common, format, let's go type 1. And sort by EDH rank. You got Merfolk Looter to play with. You know what? Let's just do a quick search for options for drawing cards. That'll draw you a card. Doesn't count. That will, when it attacks, you draw. That's fun, because that's an attack trigger. That's not a draw trigger. Combat damage to a player. Draw. Exile from your... This is cute. Comes into play. Loot. Exile from your graveyard. Loot. This is a... I'd rather have Merfolk Looter over this. Deals damage to an opponent. Target player draws a card. You can throw like Viridian Longbow on this and just go ping. And I'm going to target myself. So as long as you control another wizard, this has when this creature dies, draw a card. That's cute. And a lot of these that draw cards are going to be you know, are going to be wizards. Oh, you are just a merfolk. Interesting. Comes to play, draw and discard. Yeah, you're just merfolk. Yeah, comes to play, draw and discard. Yeah, I think it's viable to build common merfolk and not have to worry about playing this to be able to draw your cards. It's an option. That being said, if you're also trying to build some like weird aristocrat style deck, and blue is a big part of that, maybe you want a card like this here. Psychic Transfer. One of the, it is really hard to find blue cards to gain life. This is one of those cards that let you do it with restrictions. Interestingly, I notice a functional difference. If the difference is 5 or less and you have at least 1 life, exchange life totals with that player. If the difference between your life total and target player's life total is 5 or less, which means the way it was written, you cannot be at 0 life or less from, let's say, Lich or one of the many variants thereof. There you are. This one. As it enters, you lose life equal to your life. So basically, your life total becomes 0. You don't lose the game for having 0 lost life. If you gain life, draw that many cards instead. Whenever you're dealt damage, sack that many non-token permanents if you can't lose the game. Whenever this is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, you lose the game. But as this enters the battlefield, basically your life total becomes 0. You could not use Psychic Transfer in combination with Lich. The current Oracle text allows you to do so. It's if one of the players has a negative life total, you use their actual life total for determining the difference. If that difference is 5 or less, then the other player receives a negative life total. Right. So if you're at 0 because of Lich, and you exchange with somebody who's at 5 or less, you go, oh, 5 mana. You dead. You were at 3, so I would gain 3 lives, so instead I'll draw 3 cards. I think they did that have at least 1 life, so as not to be able to combine it with Lich. What does 6th edition say? Oh, 6th edition actually turns around and says nothing about having 5 or less, or having at least 1 life. That would explain why they... Yeah, okay. Burn spell / life gain thing? It is hard to find a good way to use that. I would play it. I might play it as just like a weird life gain spell. This, on the other hand, is fun. Harmadan of Freed. 4 mana for a 2/2 flyer, which sounds meh. 3 mana, target creature gains flying till end of turn. Yes, you can say there's better cards. You know, Wonder, Akroma's Memorial. Pardon me. I woke up at like 7 o'clock this morning. It's 8 in the evening already. I'm going to try and get through this quickly. No promises. But if I'm looking for a card that has that kind of effect and it's already a creature, there are worse options than a Harmadan of Freed. And not only that, again, you know, you combine it with something like Predator Flagship. Okay, maybe this is a bad example because it's 2 mana, target creature gains flying till end of turn. But if you have something else that's got an activated ability that doesn't say, hey, by the way, sacrifice me, or sacrifice a creature. 5 tap, destroy target creature with flying. You know, maybe you've got a more efficient way to blow up flying creatures, and it's just, hey, by the way, you know, skeet shooter. It's an option if you're looking for ways to give specific creatures flying. Yeah. As a Mandrake. Good lord. 3 mana for a 1/3 flyer, which is not bad. Pay a blue to give it +1/+0 till end of turn. Activate only once each turn. Unfortunately, this feels to me like it should just be like 2 blue, 2 other for a 2/3 flyer. At which point you're already looking at, I think is it Azure Drake? Whoops. Yeah, which is 1 blue, 3 other for a 2/4 flyer. So if you're playing this, you might as well be playing Azure Drake instead. You know, is there something, because, and they're both Drakes, and they both have flying. The Azure Drake costs 1 more mana, but is a 2/4. It's +1/+1 over this, without having to muck around with this. And having that restriction to only once each turn. Is this the fact that it's 3 mana relevant to you? Maybe you're looking at stuff like Sun Titan. Thirst. There's better than this now, I believe. 1 blue, 2 other aura comes into play. Tap it. Oh yeah. Weatherstone Subjugation. I think that's what it's called. Weakstone Subjugation. 1 blue to cast. Enchant Artifact or Aura. When it enters, you may pay 3. If you do, tap Enchanted Permanent. Enchanted Permanent doesn't untap during its controller's untap step. So 1 blue, optional payment of 3. Permanent doesn't untap. Enchant Permanent doesn't untap normally. The Subjugation is 1 blue with the option when it comes out of pay of playing additional 3. and can affect a creature or an artifact. And no upkeep cost. I would play Weakstone Subjugation before I played Thirst. Thirst is a card I would want to keep in mind exists. But find the monster, sort by mana value. Find the monster, Ringing Strike Mastery, 5 to untap it. If this would untap, remove a +1 counter from it instead if you do untap it. Yeah, if the creature you're dealing with doesn't deal +1 counters, it's going to stay tapped. Bitter Chill. Yeah, same card but better. Encase of Ice. Yeah. Yeah, you can do better. You can do better than. You can do better for Thirst. You can do better than Thirst, I should say. For like the same mana value, like for less than the same mana value, and not have to worry about an upkeep on top of that. Is like you can tell paying 3 mana for this is not unreasonable. You know, this is completely reasonable. And it maxed out at 4. But you could get that same ability for like 1 or 2 mana these days. If you're really looking for an effect like Thirst, you can do better. Vaporous Gen. 4 mana for a 3/4 flyer that phases out unless you pay its upkeep cost. So, interesting thing about the Vaporous Gen. So, when it phases in, so phasing happens at the beginning of your untap step before you untap your permanents. So, stuff that has phasing, if it's in play, it phases out before you untap, and it's phased out, it phases in before you untap. So right at the start of your turn, just before you untap your stuff. Vaporous Gen, if it's phased out, it'll phase in on the beginning of on your turn before you untap your stuff. On your upkeep, you choose whether or not you're paying the double blue. If you don't, it disappears again. So it's in that short time frame before you draw for turn where it's always going to be around during that time frame, and then it might disappear again. That being said, a card like this has its uses. Because of the phasing, if you expect to cast a Wrath effect, or, some other similar card, you can wait until it phases out again, then later on in the turn, wipe the board, and then have it phase back in your next turn. Pay the double blue for a few turns. Cool, time for another board wipe. Let it disappear again, wipe the board again. Because most board wipes, like Wrath of God, are sorcerer speed, which means you have to cast them on your turn, after you draw, outside combat, not response to something else. So you're going to have to wait until you've drawn for a turn, which means you have the ability to go, I'm not going to pay this turn. And people are going to go, oh shit, what's he up to? Or damn it, what's she up to now? Yeah. You can use this for shenanigans, but it's a little more difficult to make work well. Not impossible. Soar? This is part of a cycle of cards. That, this is a cycle of common auras that you can cast as though they had flash. But if you do, you lose them at the end of turn. If you don't cast them as though they had flash, and you just cast them normally, they stick around. Soar is basically a slight improvement over Flight, which was from Alpha. 1 blue enchant creature has flying. This is an extra mana, which A gives it the ability to be cast with flash, basically turning it into essentially an instant. And B, giving an enchant creature an extra point of toughness. If you're vaguely considering a card like Flight, play this first. This has got more applications. Not saying you should play this, but if the card Flight is at all on your radar, play this first. I don't know what else I can tell you. Cerulean Wyvern. One of a small number of creatures. In blue that has protection. And we've covered that before. There are 20 cards. Protection from red. Protection from robots. Target creature loses pro black. Protection from red. Protection from green. Protection from green. Let's make this actually creatures. It won't make much difference. Okay, I lose one. Eon Frolicker is a commander-only card that gives you and your creatures protection from I give you an extra turn, but me and my planeswalkers gain protection from you till end of turn. If an opponent's got protection from something, so does that. Protection from lands can activate to give protection from red. Protection from red, protection from red, protection from red, protection from beast, protection from red, protection from Kavu, protection from green, protection from chosen color, protection from red. You'll notice the majority of that says red. So 19 cards. Take out the one that say from red, brings me down to 8. Or sorry, means 8 of them. 3 of them were protection from green. The rest of these are just weird stuff. 5 of them have got protection from weird stuff. 6 of them have, well, sorry, 4 of them have got protection from weird stuff. 2 of them give protection from chosen player. 1 removes pro black, and the other only gains protection if an opponent's got protection. 3 of them have got pro green. If you're playing Commander, green is a really big important color. As far as, like, you could actually build a deck you could actually build a deck where, you know, build a mono blue deck. We've got protection from green and protection from red. And your opponent's going to look at you and go, what are you doing? It's like, what? What's the problem? Well, you guys are playing with stuff. Why can't I just... Excuse you? How dare you? Thank you. Yeah, I know. There we go. 2 of these are from Homelands, which is hilarious. If I'm building a deck with a bunch of color protection and it's mono red, yeah. I control people so hard with that. Oh yeah. 8 cards with pro red and 3 more cards with pro green. People are just going to look at me and go, Throw, what is wrong with you? It's like, do you have to ask? Have you met me? I guess you haven't met me yet. Hi, I'm Throw. Yeah, but yeah, a lot of people love playing green in Commander because it does all sorts. You can do all sorts of weird, fun stuff with it. You know, being able to play with, you know, the biggest creatures in the game is usually a green thing, etc. And people love doing that for casual formats. And well, hi, protection from green. Hi, the big problem is, you know, it doesn't. It doesn't have trample. Or sorry, it doesn't have protection from trample. Although, depending on the rules that they had to deal with, at one point, a creature with protection from green, trample would not carry through. At one point, that was true. They changed that a long time ago. But at one point, the trample would not carry over. Because you basically had to deal enough to do lethal damage to it, but trample wouldn't be dealing lethal damage from something with protection because the protection would just absorb it. So, yeah. Anyway. Teferi's Drake. Honestly, this is an extra point of power over Wind Drake, I think it was, and similar cards. Was it Wind Drake? Yeah, Wind Drake, and which goes back to like ancient history. Oh wow. Not until Tempest. Okay. Good to know. Yeah, 1 extra point, and then it's got facing, which means flicking back and forth between in play and out of play and all that jazz. And it's like, no, people just want like consistent creatures, unless you specifically want to play with phasing and do weird shenanigans with it. You want to do weird shenanigans with it, go right ahead. Sandbar Crocodile. Again, 5 mana for a 6/5 with phasing. This is a little more understandable because realistically speaking, for 5 mana, especially at common, you can expect something like a 4/5 or maybe a 5/4. Actually, no, 5/4 was Water Elemental, which was double blue plus 3. So 5/4. So maybe a 5/3 or a 3/5 or somewhere around there. Or yeah, or like I said, maybe a 4/5. Probably a 3/5 or 5/3 would be understandable at that point. So basically, jumping up to a 6/5 and having phasing instead actually made sense at that point. And you might actually be able to deal more damage. Well, no, you deal the same amount of damage, I think. I think if you assumed it was a 3/5, this would flicker back and forth every other turn. So, yeah, if it averages out. But, like, some of these cards, like I said, compared to Teferi's Drake, this is a 3/2 versus a 2/2 and flickers back and forth. But at that point, you were realistically looking at 3 mana for a 2/2. I think it would still be a few more sets before you got a 2/2 of flying. But yeah. Sandbar Crocodile at least felt like it made more sense. Again, not that great unless you are expecting to play with phasing to use shenanigans, i.e., you're expecting to do things like Wrath while your stuff is phased out and what have you. Teferi's Imp. Teferi's Imp is... Teferi's Imp is a time-delayed looting effect, but it allows you to loot every turn without tapping it. And this can be useful. On one turn I draw an extra card, and on the next turn I'm discarding a card. But then the other thing is there's stuff that triggers specifically with respect to drawing cards, making you drawing extra cards. Teferi's Ageless Insight, Thought Reflection, both come to mind. Fnwixt, Verbose Host, when you've got max speed. All three of these let you draw an extra card instead. So that can actually pull you so far ahead. And, fine, I've got to discard an extra card. Okay, I'll discard land. Or I discard something I want to get back, or I discard something that's got madness, or I discard something that's got flashback, or Teferi's Imp, you can actually make use of the discard as well. So, yeah. you're not playing this and you want cards to draw extra cards and stuff, give this a consideration. You know, at least think about using it. If you don't want to use it, don't use it. I'm just saying there's, you know, because yes, there are cards like Dictate of, I think it's Dictate of Crewfix and all that other jazz. But it's still fine. Barback Worm. Shrinking down blockers. Yeah, shrinking down green blockers since 1996. It is not a terrible card. The, you know, and this ability kind of compensates for the fact that your green creatures, you know, green creatures you're going to be going up against are bigger than the black ones. Okay. I block it with a 7/7. Okay. I activate this 4 times. Let's see here. I activate this 4 times. It's now a 3/3. Okay, so if I match activate this 5 times, you're now a 2/2. Now I eat you. What? Yeah, now I eat you. And black can generate a lot of mana really fast. People tend to... I mean, people don't always remember. It's got Urborg Tomb of Yawgmoth to turn all its lands... forget everyone else, to turn its lands into swamps. It's got Cabal Coffers and Magus of the Coffers to make its... you know, to suddenly make a boost of mana. It's got Cabal Stronghold, which gets extra mana for having basic swamps, which realistically are just any basic land that has the swamp type. So if you have a basic mountain in play, but Urborg Tomb of Yawgmoth is out, it's a basic land with a swamp subtype. That's what Cabal Stronghold is looking for. If you have Nirkana Revenant, your swamps tap for an extra black. So being able to generate excess mana, there's a lot of ways to be able to generate excess, you know, extra black mana, to the point where Barback Worm is actually pretty good. Oh no, it only affects green creatures. Okay. The bigger, the more restrictive, in my opinion, problem is green creatures blocking this. Because if your opponent realizes, oh, if I block this, it's going to shrink. If they just think, yeah, it's got a Frozen Shade-like ability, they might block it with something bigger. But you just go, no, I'll shrink you down. Okay, now I kill you. Yeah. And in fact, you can shrink the creature down enough to the point where you can shrink the creature down enough where it dies from the -1/-1ing. Because it's not just, you know, play only once each turn, like the Azamea Drake. It's just, no, here you go. And because it's -1/-1, it works against stuff that's indestructible. The only thing you gotta watch out for is it targets the creature. So if it's got Shroud or Hexproof or Ward, you'd have to pay the ward cost per activation. But, yeah. Barback Worm can kill a lot of stuff. Mire Shade. Mire Shade isn't terribad, but even if you're building Shade Tribal, there are better shades even at 2 mana. However, the one thing to keep your eye on is this is +1/+1 counters, at which point you only really need to do this a couple of times. Like, if you do this twice, suddenly it's now a 3/3. On top of that, then you have the various hardened scales and similar effects where, you know, +1 counter gets put on a thing, we'll put an extra one on it. Then you get the fact that it's counters, so proliferation shenanigans. So this can actually get a lot bigger really fast. Well, I shouldn't say really fast, but this should get bigger than it looks like in a typical deck that is actually considering using it. If you're just using it because it's a shade, there's a lot of other shades out there. Taking a quick scan. Most of them are only going to give +1/+1, maybe +2/+2 for the activation till end of turn. So Mire Shade looks like it's the only one that actually gets counters. So that is something in its favor. For an effect like that, you are going to want to run an effect like Crucible of Worlds, or find a way to shuffle them back into your deck, or something. But it's still not a bad card. You just have to be willing to build knowing that, you know, realizing and recognizing that it's in your deck. Ravenous Vampire. Ravenous Vampire, I remember playing with this thing back in the day, and it was a weird card even back in the day. It's 5 mana for a 3/3 flying vampire, which is okay. On your upkeep, you can sack a non-artifact creature to it and feed, you need to feed the vampire. It's hungry, it's ravenous. Which is why it can't be an artifact. They don't like metal. It does something fun with their teeth or something. If you do, it gets a +1/+1 counter. If you don't, you tap the creature. You can make use of the fact that it becomes tapped. You can find other ways to untap it. If you want to do something silly, you could do some kind of weird aristocrats thing and give yourself extra upkeeps of the process. The funny thing is, if it's already tapped, the drawback of tapping it doesn't do anything. Like, you could... Again, just like the Mire Shade. Mire Shade? Yeah, just like the Mire Shade. This is one of those cards that I wouldn't build the deck around it, but I would build the deck realizing I have this in there. Zombie Mob, I just realized there's a way around this. So it's 4 mana for a 2/0, which sounds weird AF. Enters with a +1 counter out for each creature in your graveyard. When it enters, exile all creature cards from your graveyard. You know how you get around this? Torpor Orb. What? That was a single ability. It is now 2 separate abilities. This enters with a +1 counter on it for each creature card in your graveyard. That's a replacement effect. That's going to replace how it enters, because by default, creatures don't enter with counters on them. Compare, well, the last 3 cards. Bark-backed Worm doesn't enter with counters. Mirage doesn't enter with counters. Ravenous Vampire doesn't enter with counters. Zombie Mob has a replacement effect that says it enters with counters. And the second ability, when this creature enters, it's trying to enter the battlefield, a trigger happens. Torpor Orb turns around and says, nice triggered ability you've got from entering. Be ashamed if something happened to it. Yoink. The ability heads out the door. Doesn't get a chance to do anything. Doesn't even get a chance to trigger. It just, it's non-existent. Oh crap. But if you're playing with Zombie Mob and you've got a Torpor Orb in play, it's going to enter with like 10 counters on it, let's say. Be a 12-10. And your creatures will still be in the graveyard, which means you can bring them back from stuff. So, yeah, it is a zombie. If you are playing with zombies that can come back from the graveyard, which you're playing with zombies, flavor-wise, they should be able to come back from the graveyard. If you're at all considering playing with Torpor Orb or a similar effect, this should be on your list, because think about it, like even 3 cards in your graveyard, 3 creatures in your graveyard, it's a 5/3 for 4 mana, which is, when you're looking at black, that's not unreasonable. 2 would be a 4/2, which is 3 was actually decent. 4, you're ahead of the curve, because 4 you're looking at a 6/4. You're looking at Crawworm size, but you're only paying 4 mana for it. And if you've got if you or somebody else has got a Torpor Orb in play, you're golden. Reign of Terror. This is one of the early versions of an effect that was like Damnation or, Crux of Fate or one of the other Black Wrath. Basically, it was a Black Wrath, but this one was specifically Color Hoser. And it blew up all green creatures or all white creatures. Thing is, you lost life for each one that got blowed up. So don't play green or white with us. Or do. See, the funny thing is about, like, if you're playing white, for example, it's not unreasonable to be playing a deck, to be playing with Soul Sisters. Or be playing with Lifelink. Green, depending on how you're playing, also occasionally has, well, not Soul Sisters or Lifelink per se, but like, was it Motor Slug I'm thinking of? I don't think so. No, Motor Slug is... Oh yeah, this is a good example of what I was trying to talk about earlier. Being of each player's upkeep, they sack an artifact. What was it? Fingrid Marauder. That's the one I was thinking of. Whenever an artifact is put into the graveyard from the battlefield, you may gain 5 life. Sees actually a reasonable amount of play in Pauper, which explains why it's like pushing $1. Even the list printing is almost 50 cents. But yeah, green is going to have a decent number of cards that have a side effect of, hey, by the way, gain some life. And so if you're playing white or green, maybe you end up with enough life total where this is much less of a concern. Also, if you're playing white, it's not unreasonable to have an effect like, oh wow, does Teferi's Protection actually, your life total can't change, right? Yeah, till your next turn your life total can't change. You can T-Pro in response to Reign of Terror. That's hilarious. Now, to be fair, that's 3 plus 5, that's 8 mana in 2 different colors, but yeah, that's a way around it. And your life total is what? Okay, it's still going to be that. And green, again, green, really common color to be played on its own. Also gets played with other color combinations like Simic and Jund and so forth, but as a monocolor, it's I would presume as a monocolor, green and black are the top 2, and probably green is the top. White is but white is more likely to be played in combination with other colors. And probably more likely to be played in like, as a counter example, if you're playing Simic, you're playing blue-green, a lot of your cards are going to be blue, and a lot of your cards are going to be green, and only a handful of them are going to be blue-green. At least this is my perspective. And different people have got different perspectives. They got different experiences. This is my perspective. If you're playing white-red, if you're playing Boros, a decent number of your cards are going to be red. A decent number of your cards are going to be white. And a not insignificant number of cards are going to be white-red. You see the difference here? Like, let's say you've got 50 cards that have at least one color to them. So the other 50 cards, one's your general, or we'll have a couple. We'll have 2 set aside for your general or generals. Maybe you got a companion, maybe you've got partners, maybe you've got background, whatever. I'll just set 2 aside there. So at least 48 slots. Let's assume the bulk of that is land and artifact ramp of some sort. And then you've got, like, say 4 or 5 other cards that are things like a Chroma's Memorial or Navinral's Disc or Forsaken Monument or whatever, just the One Ring. Something that's in your deck that happens to be a colorless thing that does a thing that your deck really wants. So that leaves you like 50 cards that actually have one or more colors to them. If I'm looking at blue-green and I'm looking at those 50, I'm going to presume that probably 42 of them, or thereabouts, 42, 44, maybe 46 of them are blue, are either blue or green. And the other handful, the other, we'll say 5 of them, are blue-green. Coiling Oracle, Growth Spiral, and what have you. If I'm looking at Boros, I would think that it's not unreasonable for, like, say, maybe, depending on how you're building it, say 20 of them to be white, maybe 18 of them to be red, and the other 12, which is like more than double in this case, to actually be Boros. Because depending on what kind of deck you're building and everything else, Boros specifically has got, like, there's going to be more cards that you want to play that are both than compared to other color combinations. I'm not saying you can't build Simic with more blue-green cards. I'm saying I feel it's less common. But because of that, a card like Reign of Terror, coming back to where this is, a card like Reign of Terror is going to have more impact against are you playing Boros, are you playing Mardu, etc., etc. It's going to hit more of those, hey, by the way, you will also happen to be white, or you also happen to be green cards. It's going to have more splash damage effect. So I think it's okay for one of these to see play once in a while. In fact, when I was doing Kalia the Vast and I was building her from scratch, this is actually one of the cards that I pulled out of what I had and went, I might want to play this. And I think I eventually took it out. But it was on my list of cards that I was interested in playing. So if somebody else is playing it, go ahead. I am fine with that. If it's a card I was considering playing, go ahead. Dread Spectre. Again, this goes back to the entire, Thicket Basilisk or whatever. And note that this doesn't have to worry about dealing damage. It just has to end up it just has to end up in combat with another creature. And remember, fight does not count because, contrary to how the name sounds, it is not actually combat. Incidentally, how much has Catherine Rathke actually done? 3 cards. Okay. All from Mirage. Interesting. Yeah. You have Eldrazi Monument out, so you've got a way to make your guys indestructible. Cool. I'm just gonna block crap all day, and your stuff's gonna die. Have a nice day. Have fun with that. Grave Servitude. This is the black one of the cycle. Remember how I mentioned Soar earlier? The funny thing is, depending on, so, one, it turns the creature black, which is funny, because sometimes that's a benefit and sometimes that's a drawback. It can get around protection, or it can make protection more useful. Depends on what you're looking for, depends on what you're dealing with. And again, this is one of those times when I say this line does three things. Turning the thing black occasionally has its uses. +3, I can push in for extra damage. -1, I can kill something. I can kill something that's got low toughness, or has taken almost enough combat, almost enough damage from other stuff. It is a usable card. Consider it as, I would generally consider this as a pump spell of some sort. I would generally assume I'm going to be using it this way, but I'd have in the back of my mind that, you know what, sometimes it's a removal spell, and sometimes dealing -1 is enough. Hilariously, if you've got people that are playing with creatures like Phantasmal Bear, whenever this creature becomes target of a spell or ability, sacrifice it. Keep in mind, auras target when you cast them. Cool. There's Phantasmal Dragon, I think, is one. Yeah. 4 mana for a 5/5 flyer. But I target, so it dies. Cool. 2 mana, kill your dragon. Well, crap. Nocturnal Raid. Are you playing mono black? If you are, take a good look at cards like this. This isn't the only card with this ability, but this can do a lot. Now keep in mind, just like what I mentioned about Reign of Terror, splash damage. Black is one of those colors which sees a fair amount of play as mono, and a fair amount of play in combination with other colors. I would assume that any given deck has got at least a 50% chance of being at least part black, which means that it is, you ideally will, and so that means you're playing mono black. 50% of no, and 50% of no is 25% no, and 50% no is 12 and a, so there's a 1 in 8 chance. Yeah, there's a few ways you can math that. Whatever. There's a 1 in 8 chance that apart from you, nobody else at the table is playing black, which means there's a 7 in 8, which also means there's a 7 in 8 chance that somebody else at the table is playing black. And if I'm playing mono black and I want an aggressive beatdown plan, Nocturnal Raid is worth a consideration. Obviously you play cards like Bad Moon first, but this is still, sometimes going, oh, hey, by the way, what? Also, hilariously combining that with Grave Certitude. Oh yeah, you're not black, so now you're going to get between Grave Certitude and Nocturnal Raid. Hey, by the way, here's an extra +5 power. Well, crap. Skull King Ghost. Yeah. Again, 2 mana for a 2/1 flyer. I think we get that as, on par. Like, that's big. You get 2 mana for a 2/1 flyer nowadays. Grave Servitude would have just killed it back in the day. Don't play cards like Skulking Ghost unless you can get, unless you've got a way to get around it. If you can suddenly give all your guys a healthy amount of ward, for example, maybe. Kirvex Hex. 1 damage to each non-black creature and additional 1 damage to each green creature. So, creatures that aren't black are going to take 1. Creatures that aren't black but are green are going to take 2. Creatures that are black-green are going to take 1. Creatures that are mono-black take 0. If you're playing mono-black, you can have a lot of fun with this one. Although, again, I might be looking at an effect like, for an extra mana, you get Crux of Fate. And since you're in black, you get to play cards like Conspiracy, which is this might be the earliest card that says, hey, by the way, all your stuff is now the chosen creature type. And, you do that. You name Dragon. You cast Crux of Fate. You name Dragon. Everything else dies. Kirvex Hex. I mean, it's not inconceivable that you want to kill stuff 3 damage. If you're playing with cards like, oh no, Barbed Servitor doesn't work. But if you are doing the crazy weird thing, the crazy weird Mardu build that I've been contemplating, built around Stuffy Doll and similar effects. Stuffy Doll is going to ping your opponent. Barbed Servitor is going to take nothing because it's mono black. Brash Taunter is going to ping your opponent. And whatever that equipment is on is going to ping your opponent. And Phyrexian Vindicator is going to ping your opponent. So, ping, 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 ping. If you're building that style of deck, that can be lots of fun. Breast Dealer. The problem with Breast Dealer is it pumps power and shrinks toughness. What you really want Breast Dealer for is probably to, Breast Dealer is but if you combine with Urborg Panther and throw Shadow, you can get Spirit of the Night. So 3 mana for that, 3 mana for that, 3 mana for that. And they're all black plus 2. So 3 black plus 6, 3 black plus 6. 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 1. So 6, 5, which it is. Sack it. Power swap, flying. The only ability that this gets that is in the other three is flying. But it also, to replace it, it gets trample, protection for black, haste, and first strike when attacking. Spirit of the Night is much better than the other three, although Urborg Panther is not terrible on its own. Breath Stealer is meh. Pharaoh Shadow is meh. Tainted Spectre. Yeah, so Breath Stealer, I wouldn't bother unless I was trying to combo out Spirit of the Night. Tainted Spectre, 4 mana, 2/2 flyer, which is okay. Even at that point it was okay, but wow, that's funny. So, as a general rule, effects, at least back in the day, that made your opponent discard cards were generally sorceries. Even when they were like activated abilities or whatever, they were generally, by the way, only as a sorcery. Or some of them were only during your own turn. You generally could not do them on your opponent's turn. 2 black plus 1. Tap. Target player discards a card unless they put a card from their hand on top of their library. So your opponent's losing a card somehow. Or, sorry, the player is losing a card somehow. If that player discards a card this way, this creature deals 1 damage to each creature on each player. Activate only as a sorcery. Obviously what this means is that if you can generate a butt ton of mana and can get ways to, and can get additional untaps and can keep it from dying to its own ability. That is a key part because it says activate only as a sorcery. So you can't stack them up in response to each other. You have to wait for one to finish resolving before you can activate again. If you can pull that off, so, Eldrazi Monument comes to mind. And Eldrazi Monument comes to mind. Akroma's Memorial comes to mind. Again, cards that, these cards consistently come to mind because they easily do what I'm looking for. Akroma's Memorial gives all your creatures protection from black. So you don't care about the 1 damage to each creature and each player. Well, you care about the each player because, it's going to hit you as well. But the creatures, they're not going to take anything because it's damage from black source. Eldrazi Monument, you're not going to care because your creatures are indestructible. But they just happen to be convenient cards that do an effect that you're going to want. If you can manage to pull that off, you can wrath the board. And since you're going to be dealing with some kind of protective ability, you could be playing with an effect that reduces the amount of damage. Is it Benevolent Unicorn? If a spell would deal damage to a permanent or player, deals that much damage minus 1 of that permanent or player instead. Okay, so not a spell, but basically if there's an effect like this. Oh! Lash Knife Barrier would work. If a source would deal damage to a creature you control, it deals that much damage minus 1 to that creature instead. Yeah, Lash Knife Barrier works perfectly for this. Then you don't have... again, another way to give your guys protection because this only deals 1 damage at a time. We'll deal 0 instead. Have fun. Yeah, you can just sit there, wrath the entire board, not care. Your creatures are going to live, and then you just attack with impunity. It's a little cumbersome, a little, it's going to be fun to work around. But you can work around that. You can build around that. And a lot of these kind of cards feel like that. Raging Spirit. Raging Spirit is pretty self-explanatory. It's a 4-mana 3/3 creature. It's basically a hill giant with the ability of becoming colorless till end of turn, which is sometimes relevant. Not always, but if you're looking at, for example, Akroma's Memorial gives protection from red, amongst other things. This is a red creature that can suddenly go, yeah, by the way, I'm not red anymore. What are you? I'm colorless. Have fun. Wait, what? Yeah, I'm colorless. Have fun. May not be, it also has got some really cool, I mean, to be fair, a lot of ancient sets have got some really awesome art, and we have to look at these guys more often. What's the most recent? Sort by. Oh! He actually got all the way up to Aetherdrift. Nice for him. Damn. Oh wow, he... Oh, what's the list called? PLST. There. Wow. I am pleasantly surprised that he actually got... Wow. He's actually got quite a bit. Yeah, he looks like a guy that you could... You know what? I'm curious now. What has he got for... he's got no land. At all? No. He needs to make some lands. Anyway, that's another thing. Burning Pomifrete. Burning Pomifrete. So 4 mana for a 2/2. Does not have flying. But basically, Earthbind... Oh, what was that card? Was it Vertigo? I think that was Earthbind as an instant. 2 damage to target creature with flying. That creature loses flying till end of turn. Deals 2 damage to target creature with flying. That creature loses flying. Yeah, Vertigo as an activated ability. I think... no. Because if you try and activate it, and then activate it in a response, to the same creature, the first time you shoot it, it's going to be like, okay, 2 damage, I take 2, I go down to the ground. And the second one is going to look at it and go, target creature with flying, you're not a flying creature anymore. Fizzle because not a legal target. So, yeah, that's not going to work. So, fine, all you do is you throw frickin' Basilisk Collar or something like that on. You'll notice there's certain cards I keep going back to, just less a matter of, hey, this is the card, and more, hey, this is the effect that I'm looking for this context. Basilisk Color, it doesn't have to be Basilisk Color, it's just the first card that comes to mind. That gives Death Touch. Most of the times that I'm looking for Basilisk Color, it's not the it's not the lifelink I care about, it's the Death Touch. It's just it's just a convenient, whatever. Wow, that's a cool version. Because the normal version is this art. Damn. I'm going to see if I can pick up some Foundation's Basilisk colors then. See, even Duskmourn Commander looks like that. Aw, who's the goodest boy? Yep. Anyway. Oh, cute. If the fearsome basilisk demands pets, pets will be given. That collar isn't an accessory, it's a warning. That's the dog and cats one. But yeah, like I said, it's, and there are other equipment that give Death Touch. Gorgon's Head, I think it is. Quick creature has Death Touch. There's a few of them. You do something like that on a Burning Pomifrete, you just keep shooting at stuff. That being said, if you're doing that, you might want to use Brothers of Fire instead. Actually, no, Brothers of Fire, with respect to Basilisk Color, would be fine. A, it can hit any target. B, you'll gain life out of it, because 1 damage to that and 1 damage to me. The life gain on Basilisk Color will counteract that, and I'll actually gain a life in the progress and kill a thing. Burning Pomifrete will only work against flying creatures, but it will deal 2 damage, which means you'll gain 2 life instead of 1. But if you've got the ground pretty much locked up, Burning Pomifrete with a Basilisk Collar will do quite a bit. Hilariously, you could also do the, throw you up in the air. Okay, now I zot you. What? Yeah. You could use this as a second... Oh, what was that blue creature that I was looking at? Harmattan Efreet. Oh, that's funny. Harmattan Efreet plus Burning Pomifrete plus... Oh, man. If you've got enough mana, just keep throwing it back in the air. Zot. Throw it back in the air. Zot. Throw it back in the air. Zot. Oh, it's dead now. Crimson Rock, 5 mana for a 2/2 flyer if it blocks something without flying, this gets +1/+0. And I was about ready to write this off, and then it's, oh, it also gets first strike until end of turn. Well, that's cute. But only against blocking a creature. But you already had creatures that could block. You already had creatures that had reach. This is what, 1996? Yeah. Date less than 1997. Oh, reach. Giant Spider is obviously going to be there. Chaos Sphere will get to Giant Mantis. We might get to Giant Spider. Harbor Guardian we might get to. Rashka. Web gives your stuff. This can block flying. This can block flying. Okay. So yeah, we already had like 4 cards. 4 green creatures that had reach. Chaos Sphere, which makes flying blocking backwards. Harbor Guardian had reach, which is a weird one. We'll get to that. And Rashka. Yeah, okay. I think I might have made it blocks or blocked by. No, maybe not. You wanted more opposing color. And more than half of them were green. You were definitely opposing. You're opposing. Yeah, I think it would be assumed to be a green thing. I would just... No, that's probably fine. Based on how they felt about it back then. Nowadays, I mean, this would probably just be like a 3/2 flying first strike or something for 5 mana, which is not unreasonable. Pyrrhic Salamander. Fiery Hellhound, I think it is, or something like that. Fiery Hellhound. 2 red +1 for a 2/2 with fire breathing. Value equal 2. Color equal red. It was a 1/1. It was a 1/1 common. Kind of. 2 mana. Kind of. 2 mana for +2/+0. Pygmy Pyrosaur. Instead of bearing... This is also really close. If you knock off the haste, you could probably convert this down to a single colorless mana. This is close. Yeah, a lot of cards I'm finding are close, but not really. Pyrrhic Salamander is actually at 2 mana. That's actually really close. But I would basically consider this like a ball lightning that doesn't have, like, look at ball lightning. It doesn't, but this doesn't have haste or trample. This is, I see this as fireball on a creature, or as a creature. That might be my best analogy for it. It does stick around for a while until you start feeding a bunch of mana into it. It's not bad. You know, and if I'm looking for fireball as a creature, that's on my list of options. Reckless Ember Mage. 1 damage chain target, 1 damage to itself. Again, this is another card where, this is a card where specifically you want something like Lash Knife because it pings itself all the time. And so having Lash Knife barrier, it's like, well, that 1 damage to itself turns into 0. And now it's 2 mana, 1 damage to a target, and just keep shooting. Again, protection from Mirage, Eldrazi Monument, anything to, basically anything to protect itself from dying. That can actually get really, that can get out of hand pretty fast. Fiashino Warrior, 4/2 for 4 mana. By now you can get a 4/3 for 4 mana. And you can start, even at that point, you were getting 3/3s with bonuses for 4 mana. Unless you're building, now Fiashinos are now Lizard Warriors. Unless you're building Lizard deck or Fiashino deck, you can find better. Flame Elemental, much better than the, what was it called? Wave Elemental that we had. 4 mana, 2/3, blue tap and sack to tap creatures. Now we have 4 mana for 3/2, red tap and sack. It deals an amount of damage equal to its power to target creature. Usually this is going to be 3 damage, so basically lightning bolt, a lightning bolt aimed at target creature. Sometimes more, rarely less, but occasionally. You're playing an aggressive deck, or you're playing with cards that, you know, do like, that want to zot your opponents. Making them bigger is always a good plan. You know, are you playing with cards like Reckless Ember Mage? Then stuff like Gauntlet of Power is going to be really good. At which point, if you're playing Gauntlet of Power, Flame Elemental suddenly goes, well, instead of dealing 3, I'm dealing 4. Wildfire Emissary. A lot scarier than most people realize. Because protection from white is just dumb. Because it's protection from, I mean, you don't see it as much anymore, but there's the occasional Oblivion Ring effect that still goes around. Oblivion Ring, Chariot of Nowhere, etc. You've got Swords of Plowshares, you've got Path to Exile, you've got a single targeted Winds of Abandon, all those kind of effects. Some other single target removal spell are white plus X. And you just, that's nice. And again, you know, white being one of those cards that there's a lot of splash damage. It's like, okay, I attack with my Wildfire Emissary, I block with Bruno. You can't. What? You can't. Why? Because Bruno's part white. Oh. or you know, I block with oh, what's his name? Urtai Resurrected. Okay. Urtai Resurrected gets a pass because it's black-blue. Oh, Void Rent can't hit it. Because Void Rent is Esper. You know, just lots of random stuff just like can't hit it. And, you know, but it's not random stuff, it's stuff that people actually play. And just, yeah, can't hit, and then you're good. Yeah. Hell, this, with the Chroma's Memorial, suddenly means it has protection from white, protection from red, protection from black, which means only stuff that's green, blue, or colorless can stop it. So if your opponent's playing Simic, they can deal with your guy. If they're playing anything that's not in Simic, so if they're not playing mono blue, they're not playing mono green, and they're not playing Simic, they're going to have a lot of trouble dealing with this thing. Like, again, with an Chroma's Memorial out. But that's kind of huge. If you're playing... Oh, you're common. It just clicked in the list printing and the Eternal Masters printing, because the Eternal Masters printing was the one getting used for the list. Eternal Masters made this common. I can put this in my mono red commons deck, and that's going to be a nice wall to deal with. Anyway, distractions. Distractions are distracting. I think I'm going to be considering throwing that in. I can do Cyclops. 4 mana for 3/4 that attacks if one of your other creatures also attacks. It always has to come along for the ride. It can attack by itself, but if something else is, if you've got something else attacking, this has to join in. It's okay. The fact that you can't say no. Unless you are doing like no, not Gen 2 stakes. It's not Gen 2 stakes, is it? No, crawl space. Oh, no more to can attack you. What's the one? Silent Arbiter is the one I was thinking of. Silent Arbor is the one I was thinking of. Dueling Grounds also work. You know, there are other options. Silent Arbiter is the one I was thinking of because it can go into any deck. If you're playing with Silent Arbiter, a Kundu Cyclops can't join in unless it's the one attacker. Tower on Minotaur, 4 mana for a 3/3 with haste. Know what I was saying about you know, like, and here's the thing. Right here, you've got 4 mana for 4/2. This is a 4 mana for a 3/3 with haste. I would play this 98 times out of 100 over Vyashina Warrior, and the 2 that I'm not is either because the 4th point of power is relevant, which isn't that often. Sometimes it is, but not commonly. Or it's the fact that, if the creature type is relevant. You're playing haste. If rarity is relevant or something else like that, Tower of Minotaur is not terrible bad. Goblin Elite Infantry. Two mana for a 2/2 that if it's tangling with something else becomes a 1/1. No. Just no. We have 1 mana common 1/1s and 1/2s with upsides, especially 1/2s now, I think. Hell, there's that goblin, I think it's a goblin, that's seeing a fair amount of play in Pauper that's relatively recent, i.e. since COVID, I think. That's like a 1/2, and basically if you've got an artifact, it's basically like it's a 2/2 with haste. Can't remember the name of it off the top of my head. We'll look it up later. Actually, no. Not gonna look it up later. Pretty sure it's a goblin knifing. Goblin Tomb Raider. As long as you control an artifact, +1/+0 and has haste. Yeah, you cast this off like the Great Furnace, and it's a 2/2 with haste for 1 mana. Compare this, which is like twice as much mana and is smaller if it's... Nah, no. Just, no. Don't. Sort by release date, and then ID equal red. Swab Goblin. This gets bigger. This deals damage to blockers. This lets you rummage. This lets you replay your deck. This bounces stuff. Goblin Assailant. Okay, vanilla creature, whatever. Whenever you cast a kick spell, so this can potentially be bigger till end of turn. Can't block. Don't bother. Prevent all damage to Goblin Furrier would deal to snow creatures. Rarely relevant. Attacks each turn Fable. Can't block. Whatever. This was the first time I remember seeing a 2 mana 2/2 vanilla, a 2 mana 2/2 creature that I thought was playable. Can't attack unless you... This can't attack or block unless you control more creatures than who they're going against. That's actually pretty good. But yeah. Mostly an irrelevant drawback. And then from here, from Dominaria, we start getting a 2/2 for 2 at common with upside. So, yeah. There's no reason to play the infantry. Unless you're... Well, I shouldn't say there's no reason. There's little reason. Torrent Lava. It's an earthquake that only hits flyers that can let creatures prevent 1 point of damage to itself. I tap this creature, I prevent 1 to myself. Or to it. Like, this creature prevents 1 damage to itself. Unless you've got a way to, untap your creatures. This is basically going to be another earthquake that can't hit, that cannot hit players. It's fine. There's some rare places where you might want to. I have it in the deck because I wanted a red card that could prevent damage. Actually, I want a few red decks that can prevent damage or gain life for a mono red legacy legal deck. Nettletooth Gem. Back in the day, this was fine. This was vaguely playable. 4 mana for 4/4. Beginning of your upkeep deals 1 damage to you. Okay. Yeah. Now you can get this, a 4 mana 4/4 with upside at common and uncommon easily. You're playing Jin Tribal, maybe you consider it, but no. Gibbering Hyenas, 3 mana for a 3/2 that can't block black. For the same mana, for the same cost nowadays. Now you've had Nessian Courser since Future Sight, I think it was. Which is a 3/3 vanilla creature for the exact same cost. And if you can't get better than that now, that's still better than Gibbering Hyenas. How many there's only 7 hyenas in the game, one of which is an uncard. Superior Numbers, on the other hand. 2 green, sorcery. Deals damage to target creature equal the number of creatures you control in excess of the number of creatures target opponent controls. I have 8 creatures. You have 4. I'm going to spend 2 green and deal 4 damage to that creature, because I have 4 more creatures than you do. This is the kind of cards that if you're playing a deck like, are you playing squirrels? Are you playing sapperlings? Are you playing elves, potentially? This is the kind of card that you can... I'm going to spit out a giant army. They may be small, but with our powers combined, superior numbers, I kill your dragon. Superior numbers, I kill your Galta, etc., etc. Whatever giant threat is on the board, as long as it's not like indestructible or protection from green or shroud or hexproof, because ward you can get around by paying the ward cost. Boof. To target creature equal the number of creatures you control. Oh! So you can target your own creature with it. You have to just have more creatures than target opponent. Oh, that's adorable. Hey, Stuffy Doll. Yeah? I've got 8 creatures. He's got 3. Yeah? I'm going to deal 5 damage to you. What? I'm going to deal 5 damage to you. Zot! Pshing! Yeah. So that's a thing you can do. On your OB Sting. This is shock for 4 mana. You do not play this card without a good reason. Or, let me rephrase that. You do not play this card without an actual reason. I have an actual reason for putting it into at least one of my decks. And that's because I am trying somehow to, and I still have to finish sketching it out, build a mono green burn deck. And so Unyaro Beasting is kind of a necessity in a deck like that. But as a general rule, you're using it for creature removal. Fight spells work a lot better. And probably deal more damage because, again, green commonly has bigger creatures than other colors. There's fight spells, there's so-called bite spells, which are basically... is it bite down? Yeah. Target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to target creature or planeswalker you don't control. My creature deals damage to that. Is basically what this is. Which is why this kind of ability gets referred to as a bite spell. It's like fight, but it's one-sided. And yeah, you generally want, if you're looking for creature or planeswalker removal, you're looking at that sort of thing over on Yarrow Beasting. This is pretty much only good for hitting players in comparison. But if you're looking to burn out your players, unless, again, you're trying to do something weird and crazy like build mono green burn, just don't. Use red for 4 mana should be able to do like 5 damage, 6 damage, maybe more. Because for 1 mana it can do 3. If you're doing crazy, do crazy and play on your beasting. Otherwise, no. Cycle of Life. Oh, that's cute. So, 2 green plus 1. Enchantment. Return this enchantment to owner's hand. Colon. Target creature you cast this turn has base power and toughness 0/1 till your next upkeep. At the beginning of your next upkeep, put a +1/+1 counter on that creature. This is the sort of card that you do want an effect like Chroma's Memorial out, or if not Chroma's Memorial, Eldrazi Monument or something like that. Something that will keep your creature protected, because it is temporarily going, because something that you just cast this turn is going to temporarily be a 0/1. So it has to stick around till your next turn. And this game was originally designed as largely a 1v1 game. And this is Commander, so it doesn't just have to make it here, it has to make it through here, and here, and here, and back to you. Or maybe I should be starting here. Has to start from and then back to you. And then on your upkeep you can go, cool, now I'll put a +1 counter on. And you have to return Cycle of Life back to your hand as its activation cost, which is really weird. That being said, the creature doesn't lose any abilities. It just has its base power and toughness overridden. If it's got protection from, if it's got protection from black, or, protection from white is also a really big thing. Basically, if you've got protection from black, white, and red, you've got an extremely high chance, not just because of the number of colors, but the specific colors, of having your creature survive until your turn. So, like Akroma's Memorial and the creature natively having protection from white. And that gets a +1/+1 counter. And then because it's got a +1/+1 counter and you're playing green, you've got all sorts of stuff that gives protection for, or not protection, additional counters and whatnot. And it's not hard to make it. Oh, wait. Stuff that already has base power and toughness of 0/1. Hydras. Toughness equal 1. Oh. Not mana value. There we go. There are 5. Balduvian Hydra is the one from Ice Age. Benevolent Hydra, I don't remember. Enters with X +1 counters. If one or more would be put on another creature you control. Oh, I think I remember that card. That's kind of cool. It can pass around its +1/+1 counters to others, and those +1/+1 counters actually end up becoming that many +1. Nyxborn Hydra. When this enters, distribute. So it can have them all put on itself, or it can throw them on other stuff instead. And Voracious Hydra. This is what I was thinking of initially. Something like this. So this doesn't change. It still gets all the counters and everything else. That doesn't change anything here. It just, hey, by the way, it gets an additional +1 counter. So I think in a Hydra deck, this might not be terror bad. This is the sort of thing that you probably want to cast every other turn, although once you get to a certain point, just tapping this to do Gilded Lotus. Also, your... Yeah, but at that point, why not just... At that point, why not just get 2 or 3 extra counters on it in the first place? Probably 3. Usually 3. Although if it's a card like Hooded Hydra that comes into play with a specific number of counters, that might make a difference. Jungle Worm, we talked about this, and I think it was Jodel Worm before. You know, the first blocker is free. The second blocker is, you know, makes this into a 4/4, and if the two creatures that you're blocking with are both 2/2s, they die. You know, everything trades, and if you block with a third creature and they're all 2/2s, this is now a 3/3. One of your creatures dies and the worm dies. And this isn't even assuming, you know, for a strike or anything else. This is just, hey, by the way, don't play with Jungle Worm. Same problem, basically the same kind of problem that the Goblin had. Don't play with this. Serene Heart, 2 mana instant, destroy all auras. Around this time, they had local enchantments versus global enchantments. Global enchantments were like local enchantments enchanted something. It was local to, it was an enchantment that was local to what it was enchanting. Global enchantments were enchantments that affected everything, i.e. enchantments that were not auras. A common example would be, like one that you'll keep hearing about, would be like Ristic Study, or what do you call it, Smothering Tithe. You know, something that comes into play, not enchanting something, that just comes into play and affects the board or your side of the board or whatever. But just, they call those global enchantments, which I thought was fair terminology, and I would not be adverse to them bring the terminology back. But yeah, Serene Heart, not generally worth it. Honestly, if you're going to play a card like Serene Heart, just spend an extra mana. Sure, maybe it's actually no, not even spend an extra mana anymore. Is Back to Nature. Yeah. Go up a notch in rarity. It's a 30-35 cent card, so spend an extra 10 cents and just play Back to Nature instead and just wipe the board. Unless you're playing, you know, yeah, Serene Heart is, it's not worth it. Sideboard in Pauper, I could see it. Decomposition. Decomposition is, you know, first of all, it can only target it can only hit a black creature. Enchant creature, so you're forcing the creature it's enchanting to have a cumulative upkeep of a life payment. And when the creature dies, its controller loses 2 life. So how long do they want to keep the creature around for? If it's something like Shieldred the Apocalypse, they may still want to pay, you know, life for a few turns, because here's the thing. Shieldred the Apocalypse, if you control Shieldred, whenever you draw a card, you're going to gain 2 life. So 3 card draws is 6 life. 1 life plus 2 life plus 3 life is 6 life. So based on that, you can keep it around for 3 turns and be net even. So it's not until your fourth one where you're actually going to lose net result 2 life. But that's also assuming you're not drawing extra cards. That's only assuming 1 card draw a turn. If you've got something that lets you draw an extra card every turn, well, suddenly that starts like Shieldred plus the 1 ring. I know, crazy, right? This does very occasionally happen, especially if you've got, especially if you're allowed to proxy, which some groups allow, or if if you're watching certain YouTube channels or whatever where they've got access to whatever they want, i.e. more interested in coming up with decks that do fun things rather than, hey, by the way, here's what I can put together. Whatever. Sometimes that's a thing because, sure, I lose 1 life for, the number of burden counters on it, but I tap it to draw X cards, but I'm going to gain 2 life for each one. It takes a lot of effort to actually go, for that combination to actually put you down. Yeah. Anywho, that being said, when the enchanted creature dies, its controller loses 2 life. Okay, fine. But what if the creature doesn't die? What if it gets exiled? What if it gets returned to hand? What? It's only relevant if the creature actually dies. Okay. And some removal that gets used is exile based or is bounce. Not. This is probably going to affect like 20% of creatures. But probably about, I would say about a quarter of the time, it's going to be hit with exile or bounce removal instead. So the die trigger never happens. So you've got, now you're down to 15%. And I would say out of that 15%, probably I would probably knock that 15% down to 13% because they'll probably, well, we'll call it 12%. Because they'll sacrifice a response and decomposition will fail. And then bring it down to probably 8% because I'll bet you a third of that time they're just going to go, okay, well, in that case, after a couple of turns, they'll sacrifice something. Fine, they lose 2 life, but they're not going to be paying the upkeep, and they want to sacrifice it anyway. So it's not actually going, so probably 1 out of 12 creatures, you might actually be able to keep them around for any amount of time. And I would say probably about 4% of the time. And keep in mind, I'm picking numbers out of a hat here, but stuff that feels vaguely reasonable. I would assume like 4% of the time it'll actually stay around for some reasonable amount of time, like three turns, 4 turns, 5 turns, because you have to play it against a black deck, and black decks are constantly going to have outs to it. And nowadays, black has even got enchantment removals, so, you know, Feed the Swarm, okay, I'll take 2 from Feed the Swarm, but now I don't have to worry about life upkeep, I don't have to worry about the creature dying, this, that, whatever. Don't care, shrug. Not that good anymore. Fallowworth. If you really want to deal with an opponent's land, I mean, Ice Storm back in the day was the same cost. Like, literally the same cost. The least expensive printing being the one from the Marvel set, and I like that one. After that, for the next sensible, legitimate paper printing, you're looking at Unlimited, which is almost $50. This is the art I remember. That was cool. Yes, this is 20 cents. The one with Storm is like $3.50 or so. But just play Ice Storm, unless the budget is relevant. The problem with Fallowworth is that just putting it back on top of the library. Honestly, if you need green land destruction, there's green land destruction available. There's lots of green land destruction available. Thermal Karst comes to mind. It was like $4. Dud Gambit, what were you called? Oh yeah, Creeping Mold was always a big, well, I shouldn't say it was always, but Creeping Mold is down to like 5 cents. Can hit an artifact, enchantment, or land. What are you called? Winter's Grasp was 50 cents. And coming up in the next set. This in combination with Thermal Karst is where Legion Land Loss came from. It was basically like turn 1 land Werewolf for Birds of Paradise. Turn 2 start blowing up your land. Fallowworth probably got thrown in there just as like a pseudo time walk. But yeah. You can do better for that price or cheaper. Karoo Meerkat, 2/1 for 2 with protection from blue. Protection from like blue was a color you're not going to see a lot on its own. Blue is a color you're mostly going to see in combination with other stuff. You're going to see it in Esper. You're going to see it in You're going to see it in Jeskai. You're going to see it in Simic. But you're rarely going to see it like on its own. Doesn't mean nobody plays it on its own, because I do. Hi, mine steps roll. I like building weird decks. I've got a mono blue ramp deck that feels like a green deck. Anyway, but realistically, it's protection from blue is not as big a deal as protection from, like, if it was protection from black, that would be a big deal. But because it's protection from blue, It's largely protection from bounce spells. Which, okay, I'll just replay it. Okay. Oh yes, the almighty Brushwag. If this ends up tangling with another creature, this goes from a 3/2 for 3, which is meh, into a 1/4. Also meh. Are you building Brushwag Tribal? Joril Centaur. 3 mana for a 2/2 with Shroud and Flanking. A much better card than the Brushwag or or some of the other stuff that we've come across. Just, oh yeah, that is 12, isn't it? Okay. But this is where you start getting down to the, okay, now this stuff is actually somewhat interesting. Stuff that has a multicolor color identity. Shaku's minion. 2 damage to target white creature. Which, again, we're still in the era of, color hate, i.e. red cards against white cards and blue cards against green cards and stuff like that. We're still in that era. And again, white cards do see a reasonable amount of play. I'd probably toss one into like the very occasional deck. The problem with white creatures is a lot of the ones that people actually want to play tend to be able to survive 2 damage pretty decently, because you're commonly looking at things like angels, which commonly have 4 toughness. 4 toughness or more toughness. So it's going to take some effort to actually be able to nuke anything with this. Doesn't mean it, you can't kill anything. It just means it's going to be harder. Again, this is where you could look at cards like Basilisk Collar. But that being said, you're probably only looking at 1% the table you can hit with it. Radiant Essence. It said target opponent back in the day. It now says as long as an opponent. This, more often than not, is going to be a 3 mana 3/5. It's that simple. Somebody is going to have a black permanent in play. Somebody's going to have, like, V2 Veto, or they're going to have Phyrexian Arena, or they're going to have Vraska, or some other random card. Viscerous Seer. Somebody's going to have a black card in play. Kalia the Vast. Atraxa. I think Atraxa. Actually, no. Isn't Atraxa non-black? No, Atraxa's non-blue, I think. Nope. Atraxa is non-red. Right. She's the one that... Okay. Yeah. So... this is generally going to be a 3 mana 3/5 with no other abilities, but it's a 3 mana 3/5. If you're looking for a reasonably aggressive creature, Radiant Essence is still fine. Nintendo Lion. One green for a 2/1. When it attacks, the defending player can pay a blue to prevent the damage that it would deal this turn. It's still fine. You play this in combination with other creatures, and oh no, you prevent damage from. Okay, well, what if you're playing a card like Questing Beast, where combat damage can't be prevented? Which, incidentally, I still want to build a deck around that. Basically, so here's the fun part. Apart from the fact that it's got a giant block of text, Questing Beast. Okay. Combat damage that would be dealt by creatures you control can't be prevented. Combat damage dealt by your opponent's creatures can still be prevented. So, Questing Beast is my general, and I run a bunch of fog effects. And my combat damage is still going to happen because it can't be prevented. But yours will. Yeah. Okay, maybe now I run black or green blue and some other way to, muck around with combat damage can't be prevented or whatever. And a Nintendo Lion gets in. There are ways to, or you could just not care and play it anyway, which is still a perfectly viable option. Sawback Manticore. 5 mana in red and green for a 2/4, 4 to give it plus, to give it flying till end of turn. 1. 2 damage to target attacking or blocking creature. Activate only if the Manticore is also attacking or blocking. And only once each turn. Again, maybe if I'm playing Manticore Tribal. But this really, really hurts. The fact that it's 4 to give it flying. I mean, I understand the other 3 colors are likely to get flying more easily, but red should get flying not too badly. I don't think red should have to pay 4 to get flying. This just feels like it should be like, again, maybe a red, a green, and 4, and make it a 4/4, and 4 mana give it flying till end of turn. I could see it. I might not like it, but I could see it. But at that point, you could probably just make it a 4/4 flyer. Actually, I think you can. Two red, 2 green, 2 other for 4/4 flyer, with fire breathing in red and toughness breathing in green. Which is, again, in the next set. Haze Rider Drake. 4 mana for 2/3 protection from red. I'm pretty sure for 1 white and 2 other you can get... Actually, no. You can get Voice of Use you. Voice of Grace? Not Voice of Grace. Voice of Law. Oh, okay. So 4 mana for 2/2 Pro Red. So the exact same card for oh no. For changing a colorless to a blue, you get an extra point of toughness. No. You know, and again, that's also changing it from one color to two. I don't think I would. Again, Drake Tribal? Maybe. Leering Gargoyle? Three mana for a 2/2 flyer. Tap it to make it into a 0/4 non-flyer. I mean, to be able to pull that off, you really want to give it vigilance. Again, a Chroma's Memorial. Again, a fallback for a lot of these abilities because it's, you know, it's a card that does this. In this case, I'm looking for giving vigilance. How many other ways are there to give vigilance? Probably enough. It's just the first one that sticks to my mind for, like, oh, I need this ability. Chroma's Memorial does it. Oh, I need this ability. Chroma's Memorial. Doesn't mean there's not other options. There. A Johnny will do it. Angelic Skirmisher, which we'll eventually get to, will do it. You know what? Sort by color. That'll be easier. And I'm looking to give it to one specific creature. Angelic Skirmisher would work. Basri would work. Beargaunt can occasionally work. Concerted Effort would work as long as you've got one that already has it. I'm skipping ones that only do it when it enters. Elspeth's Talent will work. Oh, Unicorn would work. Paragon of New Dawns would work because it's white-blue. Audric would work. Nope, not the Soul of Theros. Steadfast Unicorn would work, which is hilarious. Rumbleweed. I need one of you. Sight of the Scale Lords potentially. Raph would work. Arlen would work. Johnny, as I mentioned, would work. Huh. I don't see a Cronus Memorial. Bleeding Effect would work. Wonder why I don't see a Cronus Memorial. Creatures you control gain have vigilance. Have. All right. Brave the Sands. Oh my god, embodiment of insight. So there is a way to make that work. You would need so assuming no other colors, Mask with Nexus, Life and Limb, and come on, Mask with Nexus, Life and Limb, and you have a Maya Cradle of Growth. There might be an easier way to do it, but that's the first one that comes to mind. That being said, Mask with Nexus plus Fairies Band War Chief is a lot easier. Yeah. And other ways to pull this off. That being said, all that effort just to turn around and make this into a 0/4 not flyer. Don't. Just don't. Harbor Guardian. 4 mana, 3/4 with reach. When it attacks defending, player may draw a card. Find a way to make that card draw, useful to use somehow. Something like Underworld Dreams would be nice. Or, hilariously, Consecrated Sphinx. They draw a card, cool, you'll draw 2. Rock Basilisk. Thicket Basilisk by another name. But instead of being 4 mana, it's 6 mana, but instead of being a 2/4, it's a 4/5. So it's 2 extra mana for an extra +2/+1. It's fine. It's not terrible bad. Haunting Apparition is sadly, it's a 1/2 base. It's a 1/2 base flyer. Oh no, sorry. It's a 2 toughness creature with power equal to 1 plus number of creatures in target player's graveyard. The player you chose, the player you choose when the creature enters. So obviously it's going to keep going up and down, up and down, up and down. So, but it's going to be a 1/2 base. How many green creatures in your yard? Cool, thanks. The problem is you're playing against green. Green either is going to play with cards like Scavenging Ooze, which is going to eat its stuff, or it's going to play with Eternal Witness to get the stuff back out of its graveyard. One way or another, don't expect a Hunting Apparition to end up being very big. And in fact, if you play this, your green player's going to go, well, crap, I should do something about that. Wind Reaper Falcon, 3 mana for 1/1 flying pro blue. Just don't. Again, largely going to be end up being protection from bounce effects. Warping Worm, we talked about phasing before. This is going to be like, what were you? You were blue that had phase. Oh yeah, Vaporous Gen. It's going to be the same as a Vaporous Gen, basically. Except this starts off a lot smaller. This is a 1/1 instead of a 3/4. When it phases in, you put +1/+1 counter on it. It's going to bounce in. It's going to bounce in and out and in and out and in and out and in and out. I will point out that since it phases in on your untap step, triggered abilities that trigger on the untap step have to wait until your upkeep before they can actually get put on the stack. So you probably want to put the upkeep payment on the stack first, then the counter. Resolve the counter first and then have it phase back out. And just have it keep flicking back and forth and back and forth and back and forth and back and forth until it ends up like with over 9,000 counters. And then you pay the upkeep costs and go, hey, by the way. And here's the thing. Since it phases in at the beginning of your turn before you untap, it's basically got haste. Jungle Troll. 3 mana for 2/1 that can regenerate with red or green. Pick one and just play it. I mean, you could play Troll Tribal, and if you're doing that, there are red trolls that can regenerate. There are green trolls that can regenerate. If that's a thing you want to go for, I would say that's a pretty valid way. I'll just take a quick glance through some of these other monocolored ones. I'm not going to bother with the other actual multicolored ones. I'll ignore the guild mages, so it's basically just Jungle Patrol left. 4 mana for a 3/2, which sounds meh, but pay green and 1 to tap it to make a 0/1 token that you can then sack later for red mana. Play this in combination, especially with something that gives you extra, something that gives you extra tokens. Doubling Season comes to mind. Again, a standby for, hey, by the way, any effect that does this sort of thing. or any card that does this sort of thing. Make a bunch of wood tokens, and then at some point you've got like, cool, I've got like 8 extra mana floating around. It's not green, but I've got 8 extra mana floating around. And dragon. What? And dragon. Let's go through artifacts. Leg Golem. 5 mana for a 3/5 that can basically only attack every other turn. Barring, again, a Chroma's Memorial or some other way to give it vigilance, because when it attacks, it doesn't untap next turn. Well, if it doesn't tap to attack, then that part doesn't matter most of the time. Unerring Sling. 3 to cast, 3 tap, and tap an untapped creature you control. So, you know how Springleaf Drum works. Hello, Rebel. How you doing tonight? Today, tonight, whatever it is. I have no idea what it is anymore. It's currently 10:30 at night over here, so just chilling. Why, are you sitting outside? I don't know, I'm in Canada. It's still chilly out here. Actually, what did it say it is right now? Boop. It is currently -1 outside. Oh, pretty good. I'm currently going through what's in Mirage, seeing if any of them are worth playing for. I mean, I like Commander, but I like my games of Commander to be like the fun casual kind and not the... There's certain groups that say, yeah, I play casually, but then you find out that, well, no, they want to be done the game in like 3 turns. And I'm like, to me, that's almost a waste of deck sitting there and shuffling up for if it's like 3 turns later and you want another game now. What? No, don't do that. But if you're the kind of person that likes to sit back and relax and have fun with your game, you know, and the game's going to take like 8 turns, 10 turns, whatever. Yeah, those kind of Commander players. Let me throw up a link real quick. If you go there, that'll send you over to this spreadsheet here, which is basically a list of decks that I am working on building. Or in some cases, like, you know, if you check this first column where it says built, I've actually finished putting it together. And I like building some weird decks. One of the weird ones I just finished building was this one. My mono blue ramp deck that feels like a green deck. It has creatures that tap for mana. It fetches lands out of its deck. It tries to accelerate into, you know, big fat creatures. It's got landfall triggers. It feels like a green deck, but it's blue. Conversely, you've got this one, Dosan the Falling Leaf, which is a mono green deck that feels like an Esper control deck, which includes beating down with green flying creatures. Some of these decks have had some changes since I last since I designed them. I know the Dosan list has had some changes. For example, let's see here. Oh yeah, And one of the things about Dosan is if I can find a green card to do a thing that I'm looking for, I will play it over an artifact. Oh, you've never played Magic before? I'm at the opposite end. I've been playing for over 30 years. If you're familiar at all with the Pokemon or Yu-Gi-Oh card games, they're a bit like that, but they're a lot more complicated. Well, I shouldn't say a lot more complicated. There's a lot more interaction. In other words, there's more chance that, when a player goes to do something, you can respond to it by doing something else that'll affect it. That'll affect the game. There's also, unlike a lot of games, unlike a lot of other trading card games, there's no maximum on how much stuff you can have in play. I know that, for example, if you're playing Pokemon, for example, I think your bench is normally it's either 5 or 6. You can have 5 or 6 Pokemon on your bench and only 1 active. Yu-Gi-Oh, I think you can have 5, barring other effects, of course. You can have 5 cards in your back row. You can have 5 monsters and then 5 cards that are your spells and traps and stuff like that. Magic just turns around and goes, okay, you need whiteout? Okay, put it into play. Okay, well, where do I put it? You put it into play. Where can you find room on your play mat? So some games end up with here's my play mat and I have to take my deck off. It can be either very easily. People complain about the game getting dumbed down, and then you take a look at what the rules actually consist of, and it can get really, really complicated. I think if you want to start learning how to play, probably the best place to start would be Magic the Gathering Arena. If you've never played the game at all, there. Go here. It's on PC, it's on Mac, it's on Android. I don't know if it's on iPhone, but it is on Android. I know that much. You can download that. There's a AI opponent named Sparky that if you want to test deck ideas, even when you've got no idea what you're doing, he can help. Sparky can actually, it'll play a game but with a really basic deck, so you can get the hang of how stuff works. And there's stuff in there for learning how to play. So it's yeah, and every time a new set comes out, there's new stuff thrown into the game. Part of the reason why it's hard to say it's complicated or it's easy is because when a new set comes out, they'll take certain concepts that you see all the time And then, well, this set has got, X going on. Like, the next set coming out is called Tarkir Dragonstorm. So, stuff that involves dragons is going to come up. And so, okay, well, we have this effect that makes a creature bigger till end of turn. And maybe Tarkir Dragonstorm turns around and says, okay, we'll make this creature bigger until end of turn. But if the creature you want to make bigger is a dragon, well, maybe it gets an extra boost. Or maybe you can affect a second creature or something of that nature. So, when you're used to the game, you'll start seeing the same concepts on a regular basis with just like specific tweaks based on what the idea of the set is. And so you get your brain around the set, or around the concepts, and you get your brain around the various mechanics and themes, and stuff falls into place a lot easier. Also, a lot of mechanics you'll end up being very similar to each other. There's one ability that's been around for quite a few years called Scry, which lets you, when an instruction in the game tells you to scry, you look at the top card of your deck and decide, do I want to leave it on top or put it on the bottom of my deck? No, I'm in Canada. Then, a couple of years ago, they came out with Surveil, which is just like Scry, except the other option is you can either leave it on top, or you can put it in your discard pile. So it's almost Scry, except the other option of putting it on top. Scry says put on the bottom of your deck. Surveil says put in your discard pile. But it feels very much the same thing. But you ideally, when you're building your own deck, you want Scry in certain situations and Surveil in other situations, and sometimes you just don't care. So yeah, options, the game has lots of them. And I have been playing like I said, I've been playing for over 30 years now. And sometimes the stuff that I'm building is, I have ideas in the back of my head that go, oh yeah, remember this card from like 25 plus years ago that does this weird thing? Yeah, you really should find a way to put this into a deck. And I end up putting enough of them together, and it's like, cool, here's a deck that's built in a way that nobody expects. By the way, for reference, the game pretty much always refers to the actual color. So you might hear people say, like if you're talking about Pokemon, for example, that you need fire energy or you need grass energy or something like that. And Magic just turns around and goes, no, it's red or it's green or it's black. And there's only 5 colors, which is the other thing. That's enough to give enough ideas, and each color's got its own, things it's good at and things it's not good at. Of course, I like taking a look at that stuff that's, you're not good at this thing, but let's see what I can find that does this anyway. And, yeah. So if you're looking for cards that are searching for lands, which are your basic resource in the game, you want to dig lands out of your deck. Green does that really easily. Black, not so much, but black has got the ability to search for any card. White can find lands if you're behind in lands compared to other players. Oh, thank you. I try. I can't promise I'm a great streamer, but I try. But yeah, like, have you played either of those, like, any collectible card games like Pokemon or Yu-Gi-Oh before, or are you mostly just video gaming, or boop? Boop. Okay. What? But like, are you mostly for video game? Like, when it comes to games, do you mostly do like video games? Do you play the Pokemon card game, or have you played it? Have you played the Yu-Gi-Oh card game, or anything like that? Yep. Yeah, I remember Mortal Kombat when it came out. I was in university at that point. Yeah, I'm getting a little on the old side. A little. You know, as I again bring up the fact that I've been playing Magic about 30 years now. Um, but yeah, um, I I remember playing it in the well. There we go. I don't know what happened there, but my check crashed for a moment. Yeah, back then, and this is like, good lord, around 1994, I think, or thereabouts. Um, Actually, had I even seen Magic yet? I don't think no, this is before that. 92, maybe? I don't think so. I pretty much only played, like, the first Mortal Kombat game, which I was okay at. Um, I remember trying the third one and failing miserably at it. I basically went straight from the first one to the third one and then never really played much beyond those two. Street Fighter, I played a bit. On, I don't remember if it was the NES or Super NES that it was on. Think it was on, I think it was on Super NES. And some in the arcades. But it took a long time before I could get used to doing certain things that like everyone else could do fairly easily, like playing Mortal Kombat 1. One thing that you need to be able to do if you want to do, I think it was Sub-Zero's freeze, was like you had to do like a quarter circle from like the bottom away from the person you're trying to hit. And I had a heck of a time trying to figure that out. And I found it a little easier on an arcade system, but on a controller, I always had trouble with that. Well, thank you. But, yeah, it took a long time before I got at all used to trying to figure out how to actually pull that off. A lot of the games I played, and some of the games that I still do play, that's just not a relevant, that's not a thing that you need to do. Back then, a lot of the games that I played were, like, when I was much younger, teens and whatever. A lot of the games that I played were text-based, or they had low enough graphics that you didn't have to do anything fancy. And then by the time I hit like my early to mid 20s, a lot of the games that I found I enjoyed playing were stuff along the lines of like Warcraft 2 or Diablo, or the most recent games that I typically play that I really enjoy is still from like 2006, so that's almost 20 years old now. It's called Titan Quest, and your typical wander around the world, beating up monsters, leveling up your character, figuring out where to dump your skill points into. The one thing I liked about there's a lot of things I like about Titan Quest, but one of them is that when you are picking up equipment, you only have to worry about what your ability scores are and what level you are. Because some games that do stuff like that, like Diablo, for example, the Diablo series generally wants you to also be a certain class to be able to use this, a piece of equipment. And Titan Quest just goes, don't care. What's your strength score? What's your dex score? What's your intelligence score? What level are you? Cool, you can use this. Also tends to have a decent amount of historical and mythological stuff going on. No, that's a bad example. I'm going to blow that up so you can see it easier. But yeah, very much the sort of game where, and you start off in ancient Greece, Chapter 2, you go to ancient Egypt. Or I should say Act 2, you go to ancient Egypt. Act 3, you go to ancient Asia. And I have to say Asia because it varies depending on where you are. Some of it you go through I work sometimes. I honestly spend a lot of time working on decks that I want to build, and some might say I have more decks than I need, and I take a look at this list of what I'm working on, and I go, yeah, but I want to build more. You know, this is all stuff that I am working on building, apart from the ones that are marked here saying yes, I've already built it. So, yeah, I have a lot that I'm working on. Out of the 43 decks that I'm working on, let's shrink this down a little bit. Yeah. Out of these 43 decks, I so far have only built 9. And I've almost got a 10th one done. And I still have, get back here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 36 to 43. So 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, I've got 13 more that I have to try and figure out what I put into them. Some might say I have a problem. I say I have something I enjoy doing. Oh? I did not see this. Titan Quest 2 is on my wish list. Give me a moment here. Okay. I will look at that later. Yeah, my routine is less routine than I want it to be. Oh. That's the one I'm looking for. Oh man, it's almost 11 o'clock already. Actually, it just turned 11 o'clock. Okay. Yeah, I don't really do the... I'm not a big one for like the VTuber thing myself, but that's a me thing. It is for... It's like a lot of things these days. It's for some people and not for others. And unfortunately, because I don't work... I don't work a lot during the week. I don't have a lot of disposable income to be able to spend on, to spend on other things. Fortunately, the stuff that I do tend to do, like if you take a look at what's on the screen right now, some of the stuff that I end up picking up for what I'm working on ends up being, pretty affordable. Like this is 15 cents according to TCG Player. I am now curious. Oh, we are that one. Sort by USD by checklist. Not likely to use anywhere. We're talking me personally. Not likely to actually use this anywhere because that's basically, for combos. Probably not likely to use anywhere. Shallow Grave, maybe. I mean, I honestly, I could, I could take a look, but I probably, I'm probably not likely to actually use any of it. So I don't know how helpful that could, how helpful I might actually be. Right, reanimate with haste, but exile at the end of turn. Yeah, so most expensive card from this set I'm likely to use is like this thing, which is like $28. Yeah, like I said, I'm probably the wrong kind of person to ask about stuff like that. The background, like for example, the background that I've got, somebody whose streams that I followed, should be in the Twitch description. See if I can find it here. Okay, I cannot find you quickly and easily there, so I'll do it this way. That. Huh. Oh. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there is a Discord link there. See if I can find. Okay. That should still work. Yeah. So that one looks like that still works. Let me think here. Oh, yeah. Boop. That. Which would be this. Okay. I'm guessing you are Maddie then. Whoops. Oh, wrong one. That one. Yeah, so if you can throw a link you can throw a link in the Discord chat, and I will take a look at it later. Where did I leave off? There. There's not one specifically for art, so just put it in the if you can drop a link to if you can drop a link to the like where you have that stuff, and I can take a look at it later. But like I said, I can't promise anything. It's not a thing I am likely to be interested in, like in terms of trying to get somebody to do it for me. The background, I don't know if I actually said what I was saying, because I get distracted sometimes. Somebody else whose stream I watch on a regular basis turned around and basically said, "Oh, well, I've popped into your stream," and basically is basically saying thank you for me being as active in his chat as I commonly am. He turned around and did up the background for me. So this is like the art style that they would use back in the day. Whoops. You know, if you look at something like this and you compare it to the background I'm using on my screen, you know, you'll see like this black bubbly stuff that's going around the edge and stuff like that is going to resemble the kind of, is going to resemble the background that I have. But yeah, like I said, I'll have to look at it later. It's almost 11:15. I would like to get this part done, at least this part done before midnight. I'm probably also being a bit loud, and I know my roommate's gonna, want to go to bed soon. No, not sharing one, just before you start wondering, not sure. Just literally in the next room over. Right. Oh yeah, I remember what I was saying about that. Yeah, so a little unerring sling, a little bit like Springleaf Drum, in that you tap it and taps another untapped creature. Basically doing what I was saying earlier about how bite down works. Similar effect to an attacking or blocking creature with flying. So now especially with Tarkir Dragonstorm coming out, I mean, there was already a healthy number of flyers that see play. And people are going to start wanting to play more of them now, because now there's going to be a lot more interesting options. And so now it's a question of, okay, well, what dragons do I play, or what this do I play, or what that do I play? And there's always going to be more that people are going to want. But this can just every turn shoot down another creature, shoot down another. It's the right. The sling is what's dealing the damage. So whether or not your creature's got death touch does not matter. It's just power versus. It's literally just your creature's power versus the target's toughness, and I was gonna say vice versa, but it's not even vice versa. Igneous Golem, 5 mana for a 3/4 trample. I think you can probably just get a 4/4 trample by now. You know what? Before I commit to that comment, let me look it up. I know for 7 mana you can get Pilgrim of the Fires, which is a 6/4 first strike trample. Henge Guardian's the same. Redemptor Dreadnought is a 4/4 trample, which you can exile a creature card from your graveyard to make that bigger till end of turn. Oh, Walker of the Wastes requires colorless mana to cast it, but it's a 4/4 trample base. Steel Exemplar is a 5 mana 4/4 trample. Enters with 2/+1 counters. Yeah. So Steel Exemplar and Redemptor Dreadnought at least are upgrades over Igneous Golem. Sangolem goes back to the thing we were saying before about what were you called? Mangara's what? Blessing. Yeah, that goes back to what we were saying about Mangara's Blessing. Because it's a 5 mana 3/3, and its ability only matters if you're discarding it, but that makes it into basically a 5 mana 5/5. Doesn't have trample, doesn't have flying, doesn't have first strike, doesn't have reach, doesn't have, like, it literally has no abilities apart from. Oh, by the way, did I get, did your opponent make me discard, make you discard me? Oh, okay, I get counters on me. And that's basically it. Telemetor's Darts. Two mana, 2 and tap, 1 damage target player or planeswalker. The fact that nowadays it affects planeswalkers will help. It's kind of meh. Otherwise, if you're really looking for this kind of effect, Rod of Ruin back in the day was like, I think 3 to cast and a 3 tap for 1 damage to any target, which means it could also hit creatures. yeah, if you're looking for something cheap, I'm sure there's better. Again, you can hunt down. You can find better options if you know how to look for them. Although, given the kind of searching I've been doing on here, you've probably seen what I've done for some of it already. Chariot of the Sun. The only time I would really want to play a card like Chariot of the Sun is if I'm playing a deck like Hydra's, where base toughness 1 either makes no difference, because a lot of creatures are going to be, X1s, 0-1s or 1-1s to start. Or an upgrade, because a lot of Hydras are going to start off as 0-0s. And then giving it flying on top of that, that is just a huge upgrade. In a deck like that, Chariot of the Sun could actually end up being really good. I would say Chariot of the Sun would be better than most other cards that turn around and say, hey, by the way, you can have flying now. Because it's because the ability to give flying and potentially increase the toughness rather than decrease it, that suddenly ends up being a big benefit. Acidic Dagger. Acidic Dagger. Whenever target creature deals combat damage to a non-wild creature this turn, destroy that non-wild creature. When the targeted creature leaves the battlefield this turn, sacrifice this artifact. Activate only before blockers are declared. Okay, well, first of all, we're talking combat damage, so you're already looking at a restriction that it has to be done during combat. Then activate only before blockers are declared. So, you can activate it on your turn before combat. Again, non-wall also means non-changeling. So that's going to knock some things out of the running. If your opponent's got Maskwood Nexus, this just kind of screws everything over for you. So, you target your creature being the one that's going to be dealing the combat damage. When it deals damage, combat damage, to another creature, that creature is going to die. So combat damage has to happen first. But basically it gives a triggered ability of Death Touch. But if the creature that you targeted in the first place leaves the battlefield, so dies, get exiled, bounce back to hand, sacrifice, no longer on the board for whatever reason, the dagger gets blowed up. Basically anything that I said about Thicket Basilisk back when I was covering Unlimited applies here as well. It's just this has the additional caveat of if you lose your creature, you lose the artifact as well. It could get flickered. It could get, whatever. Cool. The dagger's not going to the graveyard. Potato Golem. Pretty sure 4 mana for a 2/2 flyer is fair nowadays. I think you might be able to get a 2/3 flyer. And oh, okay. Nope. There we go. Potato Golem is the one we start out. Yeah, Potato Golem is where we started. Saheeli Silverwing, same cost, same size, automatic flying, and a minor ability on top of that. Half the cost with crew 1. I think the only other comparison I might make is Skyclave Sentinel. And keep in mind, we're looking at... You know what? Let's compare this to... Toughness greater than 0, and then mana value equal 4. Sort by toughness. Descending. Eater of Days we won't talk about. You know what? Let's rule out the vehicles. Uh, 2/4 with flying sometimes. As long as you control a dragon, which means, with Tarkia Dragon Storms, this is going to end up commonly being a 4 mana 4/4 flying trample. There's your Potato Golem again. When it dies, make 1/1 Thopter. Yeah, actually, Potato Golem is actually going to be... Three, 2, and 2/3 are basically the same thing, realistically, as far as costing is concerned. This is a flying haste for 4. Four mana, 3/2 versus 2/3 is pretty much the same thing. Yeah, I would play the Snare. I would play Snare Thopter over Potato Golem. But I play Paragon of Modernity as much as I do, partly due to the fact that certain decks, I seem to have just enough incidental. Oops, I create colored mana. Even my commons only, actually, primarily my commons only decks. I sometimes end up with like 11 sources or so that are like, hey, by the way, make mana of any color. Honored Heirloom being a manalith that can eat graveyards, for example. or because I want to be able to run Scare Tiller, I commonly end up with Springleaf Drum, Survivor's Encampment, and Survivor's Encampment, and I forgot what the other one is called. That all basically turn my creatures into, they're basically all the same card. And then it's like, hey, by the way, here's some additional ways to generate colored mana. And so, like, it's not unheard of for, like, my mono brown all common stack has got like a dozen ways to produce specifically colored mana. And so Paragon of Modernity, it is not unreasonable for me to be able to start putting counters on it instead. And it's a 2/2 flyer. And yeah, it can actually get to be a healthy size. What's this version? Oh, you got an extra point of toughness. Okay. But yeah, Ptasia Golem, wouldn't bother. Razor Pendulum. The problem with Razor Pendulum is it only really works when your opponent's already on the ropes. It's kind of not worth it. Amulet of Unmaking. It's a shame there's no... Well, I was going to say it's a shame, but maybe it's a good thing there's no way to manipulate this. Although you can turn around and use effects like Lithoform Engine to copy the effect. Also, if you really want to be silly, you start putting it through a Xerox machine. What is it? Not Soul Foundry. Not Soul Foundry, not Mimic Fat. I forget what the one... There's one for artifacts. But you put Amulet of Unmaking through that, and you start making a bunch of copies of Amulet of Unmaking and go, hey, by the way, because when the token disappears, so does the... it's going to end up getting exiled anyway. Actually, not even that exiled, it just disappears. What's the wording on Soul Foundry so I can get the right card? Prototype Portal. Yeah. Just start making a bunch of copy. You throw a Amulet of Unmaking on the Prototype Portal. Just start making a bunch of copies of them. Ideally, you probably also want something along the lines of Doubling Season or some other effect to keep increasing the number of copies that you make. And then you just go, cool, you don't need that anymore, exile it. You don't need that anymore, exile it. You don't need that anymore. Elixir Vitality. The problem with Elixir Vitality really boils down to the fact that you really want decks that gain life really want a chunk of life at once, and more want consistent life gain. This is why a card like Soul Warden is such a big deal, and like even the cheapest, even the Plane Chase print. Let's just see what they look like as a checklist. Sort by USD. Don't count. So yeah, the cheapest printing's like $2. Oh, you're out of Duskborn. I don't know where that second one is. That first one's because of Duskborn. But yeah, the cheapest printing is like $2. Because it gives you life regularly. And you want that for, like, there's all sorts of effects that care about, you having gained life. And it cares less about the fact that you are... It cares less about the fact of how much life you've gained and more about the fact that you have gained life in the first place. And so therefore, therefore an effect like Elixir of Vitality. I was going to say Elixir of Immortality, or as a friend of mine and I like to call it, Elixir of Immorality, is a lot less relevant because gaining 4 life, realistically gaining 4 life versus gaining, 1 life or whatever, is just not that big a deal. There are going to be times when gaining a chunk of life is relevant, but most of the time, yeah, it's whatever. The fact that it enters tapped does put a damper on things, but it's not that big a deal. Bone Mask. Right, this is a little bit like actually, hilariously, I cut to the right card. This is a little bit like Seasoned Tactician out of Alliances. Pay 3 and exile the top 4 cards of your library. Prevent all damage to you from one source. The next time a source of your choice would deal damage to you this turn, prevent that damage. Exile cards from the top of your library equal the damage prevented this way. Thing is, you can keep preventing damage even if you've got no cards left in your library. It's just going to keep going. It's just going to keep preventing the damage. So if you've got cards that want you to have an empty library, you can keep using this till the cows come home. Keep in mind this only prevents damage to you. But, cool, you're attacking with your commander for... No, commander damage is... No, if it's prevented, nothing is dealt. Right? Yeah. So if you don't have enough cards in your library, the damage is still prevented and all the cards in your library are exiled. So a card that's got, a deck that's got Laboratory Maniac or Jace Wielder Secrets, I think it is, or Ormos or Osmos or whatever his name is, or anything that cares about you specifically having an empty library and making use of that. Bone Mask, is the kind of card that, we want to put into a deck like that. Alright. Land. And then minus type basic. There's only 7 lands left. Let's just get through these real quick. Bad River, Floodplains, Mountain Valley, Rocky Tar Pit, and Grasslands. They're all basically the same cards. These are the first time that we had fetch lands along the lines of Polluted Delta and Verdant Catacombs and the like. The difference between this cycle and, let's say, Verdant Catacombs is that this does not enter tapped, but you pay a life to use it. This enters tapped, but there's no life payment. If you've got a card like, and see, it just says put onto the battlefield, just like this. It doesn't say put onto the battlefield tapped. So theoretically, if you've got an effect like Amulet of Vigor, or is it Spelunking I'm thinking of? Might be. No, not yes. Spelunking, lands you control enter untapped. If you've got an effect like Spelunking or Amulet of Vigor that turns around and says, stuff that enters tap, make it, untap it or have it enter untapped. These actually end up being better than Verdant Catacombs and Polluted Delta in those cycles, because these will be untapped and then you tap and sack and no life payment. So these are potentially these are in certain decks better than the Onslaught / Zendikar fetches. If you the other times that you want these are A, budget, because these are going to be like less than $1 each. Or B, you actually need more fetch lands. Now, let's assume you're running mono red. You've got the 2 allied fetches. You've got the 2 onslaught fetches. You got the 2 allied fetches and the 2 opposing fetches. So you've got 4 there. You have access to Evolving Wilds and Terramorphic Expanse. You've got Ash Barrens. You've got 1, 2, 3 panoramas. You've got Promising Vein and another version. That's already like almost a dozen. You can probably get up to like 20 fetches if you want. It only says 10, but there's more than that. Yeah, you could probably hit like 20 of them. Type equal land. Format type 1. Oh. $40. 29. There we go. Sort by release date. And ascending? Alright. Thawing glaciers. Knock off 2 of the panoramas. Knock off the thematic compass. Knock off 2 of the Capenna lands. Knock off demolition field. Alright, so -6. So you could run 23. You have options. Crystal Vein, simple, easy. Tap for colorless or tap and sack for 2 colorless. You need a land to ramp, it's fine. Teferi's Isle is basically a weird twist on, on Basic Island. Because it's kind of like Sandbar Crocodile in this context. Because where Sandbar Crocodile was kind of balanced as a 3/5, but it was round for only every other turn, so it was a 6/5 instead, because it had phasing. This comes into play tapped, which was not surprising. But because it's only around every other turn, instead of tapping for blue, it taps for double blue, so nothing on one turn and double blue the next. So it averages out to a single blue. But because when you tap it, it's double blue, anything that can untap it can make extra use of it. Peregrine Drake. When it enters, untap up to 5 lands. Well, if I tap this to cast a Peregrine Drake, blue, 1, 2, 3. So I've tapped 4 lands. I now untap 5 lands, so I untap that, and the other 3 I use to tap to cast the Drake, and a 5th. And So I basically just generated a mana. Great Whale. If any land that I've tapped, it's like, actually, I just generated a mana, so 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, plus maybe float an additional mana from before. That's 7 mana. Okay, well, I'll pay 7 mana, untap 7 lands. So these 5 that I use, these 4 that I use for casting the Drake, and 3 more. Etc., etc., etc. You can end up, anything along that line can just generate a crazy amount of mana. So Teferi's Isle, if you're playing it, like, this is one of the thing is Teferi's Isle is probably a card I should have in my mono blue ramp deck, because every other turn it taps for double blue. But yeah, that being said, it's almost midnight here. I'm sadly not going to be able to get a chance to do visions tonight. So let's just fix these accordingly. There we go. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, and anybody who doesn't want to be declared as either, I think that's it for tonight. Yeah, it's like 6 minutes to midnight. I should probably go to bed. I hear bed is a good plan. Alright, so we'll catch you all next week. Hopefully. As some might call it, was it same bad time, same bad channel? And drops us in there, and done, and save. Okay, good night.